listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Ladies and gentlemen, the city of Bayswater this afternoon plays centre stage in the Eastern Football Netball League as we present. It's the granddaddy of them all. It's the EFNL 2025 Grand Final between Blackburn and Balwyn. And what a game that we have set down for decision this afternoon. And we're coming to you live on Radio Eastern 98.1, and we welcome you to the broadcast this afternoon. And to all our listeners all around the world on YouTube and Facebook, and we're in very mildish conditions here, 15, 16 overcast degrees, but the ground's in really good nick, and the scene is set for a magnificent grand final this afternoon. My name is Wayne Brasher. I'm the host of EFNL Grand Final pre-match, and joining me on the panel this afternoon is some of the alumni of our team, and I'll welcome one of the young guns of our team. He's either the Craig Willis or the Kane Corns of the EFNL. It's a warm welcome to Blake Tennant. Good afternoon, Blake.
G'day Brash, g'day all, g'day Spider, g'day Davo. Great to be here. Premier Division Grand Final footy. You can't beat it. The two best teams going at it for the ultimate glory. In a few hours' time, we will find out who will be taking home that Premiership Cup. I remember watching on for a kid, listening on to you guys, and it's a privilege to be part of pre-game.
Well, this man really does need no introduction. 30 years he's followed in the Eastern Football Netball League. He's done everything. He's coached, he's team managed, he's an analyst, he's been with our team, and once again I've got him on to call the game with us and give us some great insight. It's a warm welcome to you, Brett Davidson.
Thanks, Brash. Thanks, boys. Really looking forward to today's game. You get a special feel when you're up here on the balcony at Bayswater on that last Saturday.
You do.
It's going to be a fantastic game. I'm hoping the weather keeps up for us. Overcast is good. If the wind drops a little bit, it'll be even better. But it's going to be a ripping contest today.
And also joining us, another gentleman that's had well over 30 years in the competition as well. He's worked at club level at East Burwood. He knows a thing or two about the Eastern Football League. Features in our podcasts and that most weeks. So very warm welcome to you, Matt Spider Lee.
Very good afternoon to you, Brash, Davo, Blake, and all of our viewers and listeners. What a day, what an atmosphere we have here out at Bayswater. Doesn't get any better than this when you walk through the gates here, and just really looking forward to this afternoon's contest. It promises to be one of the great finales to what has been truly a memorable season.
All right, let's start with some initial thoughts. The coaches, Brenton Sanderson and Anthony Fagan, will join us throughout this broadcast, so it'll be great to get some insights from them. Let's just quickly go through the panel and ask each of our panel, what have been your thoughts about this game up until this very given moment, Blake? What are your initial thoughts?
Well, it's a big build-up, let's face it. Blackburn had a 50-point win, obviously, last week. Balwyn had a massive win over Blackburn. I was surprised with that. But, listening in, during the week I went down to Balwyn Park on Tuesday night, and, Balwyn it's a funny club. They aspire to win premierships, and that's what they're here to do, and they're here to win another one as well. This will be their 6th premiership, boys, in 13 years. So it's a massive achievement for this proud footy club. And for Fagan, it's a history-making day for Blackburn. In the 19s, they won the grand final today, of course, and they're here in the seniors grand final. They're going for their first top flight division premiership, first since 2002. So it's going to be a big day for the Blackburn, and I think Fags is just going to embrace the moments that's going to happen on grand final day.
What would have been your initial thoughts, Davo, coming into it? I mean, you've been involved in Division 2 from afar for most of the year, but I understand. Look, you've kept an eye on Premier Division and have done some analysis, especially in the final series. What are your initial thoughts on these two sides?
Yeah, well, look, I think to the layman, you have a look at the ladders at the end of the year, and you see a team finishes 3 games in percentage above. You think they're naturally the one that's going to go on and potentially win the grand final. Blackburn have had to do it the hard way. They've had to work through a loss and then come back and have a good win last week against the Oval team that I think was a little bit undermanned, to be quite honest, but still a very good win under the pressure of being knocked out. So Blackburn are coming well, but I think the thing about Balwyn is you know that they're a finals team. They know how to perform in finals. They're coached extremely well. And watching the vision over a number of games that I have over the last week or so, I've just been super impressed with the way Balwyn have gone about it. I think their players are seasoned, they're experienced in finals, they're experienced in good football. They've got a huge amount of leaders out on the ground. Blackburn, if they get the game the way they want to play it, they're very hard to stop. There's no doubt about that. But I think Balwyn probably have got plans A, B, C and D. Yeah. And if Blackburn start with plan A, then Balwyn can put in plan B. And I think they did that in the first time that they played them out at Beaconsfield. So, look, I think it's going to be a Balwyn win, but I'm hoping it's just a close game because the boys, I know I'm grey, but I tell you what, after last weekend, I went a bit greyer after those 2 magnificent finals over last weekend.
Yeah, it's incredible how it's all set up. But for me, Davo, look, I mean, I'm along the lines of you. Balwyn, look, their years didn't start exactly how they wanted it. They took a while to get going. Blackburn really started the season well. They set their season up. They've really played some fantastic footy, gathered a lot of momentum. We've gained the belief of Blackburn throughout the course of the season. But in the back end of the year, we've just come to learn to trust what Balwyn do. And they've just been able to put the wins on the board. And their form at one period of time did slump. They did have a bit of a period where not too dissimilar to, if you want to compare it to AFL parlance of like Collingwood, where they went off the ball a bit, but they got back on the horse. They've got some good form behind them. That second semi-final win was very impressive in the conditions. They really put Blackburn to the sword in that game, particularly flying out of the gates, took their opportunities early. There's a lot of pressure on Blackburn today, but for Balwyn, they're season campaigners, so they know what to do. So you just get the feeling that a guy like Brenton Sanderson, he's ready for the challenge and whatever Blackburn are ready to throw up against them.
And talking about grand final day and Balwyn Football Club, 2 things that have been synonymous with the Eastern Football Netball League in the last 15 years, but the coach Brenton Sanderson has been part of that for the 2nd year in a row. Warm welcome to you this afternoon on grand final day, Brenton.
Thank you, boys. It's good to be back here. And good to be back at Bayswater. Some really fond memories, obviously, of 12 months ago. But yeah, we've got to almost park that and leave those memories for another day because there's a job to do. And yeah, we need 120 minutes of our best footy. Yeah,
I often think, right, and I often think about grand final week for a side that's been there and done that. Is it when you won the second semi a couple of weeks ago, obviously you've got to enjoy that win for what it's worth, but you really do, because you've got to wait another 10 days before you take the field again. Is it an area of the game that the coaching and the coaching staff have to keep still the mind on the job for the players themselves?
Yeah, we had a pretty light week in that week off, but we still did 2 training sessions, a lot of skill-based activities, but obviously used it as a great opportunity to freshen up a few boys who have had big seasons, carrying some injuries. We probably saw last night with Geelong and Hawthorn, Hawthorn started better, obviously, because they'd had that sort of match conditions, only sort of 7 days ago. And then the Cats were a little bit, shell-shocked early with that pressure that Hawthorn put on them. So I guess that's a bit of a watch for us today. We've got to make sure we're ready to go. We've got to be sharp early. Grand finals are always chaotic early. For the first 5-10 minutes, there'll be a lot of mistakes. There'll be a lot of errors. Players will fumble, drop marks, miss goals they should kick. But yeah, once the game settles down, both clubs will understand that it's another game of footy. But there's just high expectations on the result. But we'll be very process driven today, trying to talk about so much the result, more about just playing our way, our style, our system, and our structures, and hopefully we're good enough.
Sando, good luck this afternoon. Once again, back on the big stage. From the coaching perspective, the key messages today and the focus areas are going to be so pivotal in terms of the outcome of the result. What are some of those things that you'll really draw down on just prior to going out there today and to try and get this outcome? Because the messages are really important to make them really clear, but not overdosing it as well.
Yeah, that's right. 3 key messages for us was contest method. So, in big games, sometimes too many players get drawn to where the ball is and you don't cover the outside. That's how Blackburn got us in round 1, I reckon, and probably how we got them a couple of weeks ago. The second message is around the pressure and the intensity. From minute 1 to minute 120, we've got to be relentless with our pressure. And then the third thing was trying to, just avoid playing straight lines in offence. So, drive legs corridor, make sure we try and use the centre corridor as much as we can, and don't get forced wide, don't be easy to defend. So they're probably the 3 key messages that we've given to the boys this week.
And the thing about Blackburn is we know that they're an offensive team. They like to move the ball fast, they like to hit up some targets, so they're going to put a lot of pressure on the way that you do defend, with that intercepting game, because that's what you like to do, and then sort of counterpunch to that. So that's going to be really important to try and set that platform early in the game.
Yeah, they move the ball fast. They go forward really quickly. From contest to contest, they spread really well, and with great intensity, they actually get across the ground really well. So we've just got to win the source, I guess. Like whether that's a contest and stoppage, or whether that's those long down the line. But yeah, they're full of talent. They're a really even group. It's hard to shut down any one in particular to have an impact. We've got to make sure that we're on our best game plan right from the start.
For you as a coach, you come into this sort of grand final, it's a big thing. What sort of things do you have to look in yourself between your coaching group to try and get that upper hand battle in this contest?
A couple of things. Obviously, the players will feed off my energy when I arrive today. So if I was anxious and nervous and looked like I was a bit scattered, players would be a little bit of panic. There'd be, hang on a minute, the coach looks like he's really nervous. So I've just tried to be calm as best that I can. Understand that there's a job for me to do. Fags is a really good coach. So coming in behind me now, I said to him yesterday at the lunch, or I said to the people at the lunch, he's a really smart tactical coach. So he'll have me on my toes all day today. He'll have some levers to pull, and there'll be some strategy around me adapting to what Blackburn are doing, and there'll be some times in the game when they're going to wrestle momentum away from us, and we've got to make sure they don't score. So yeah, I'll have to be at my best. Fags will have to be at his best, and obviously the 22 players out there are going to have to perform well if Balwyn are going to win, and if we're below our best, then we're going to get embarrassed.
I took some notes on a few of the games that you've played, and I wrote the following things down. I said, controlled shape.
Yep.
I think Slimming and Young do it better than anyone I've seen in their ability to just control the shape of the ground for you. Frontal pressure with your tackling, especially with Blackburn, with the fact they like to go through the front of the contest if they can, and then spread. You stop them from doing that. I wrote down that you denied them the corridor. You denied them really well with the corridor, and I think when they went it, you pushed them wide, they had to go down lines, and that enabled you to set up all over the ground so you could defend and then set up your structures up forward. And the one I want to talk about is Bowen Smith, and I know we talk about how good a footballer he is. I don't think I've seen anyone for a long, long time be able to put himself in a position with just ease at being able to do the small things extremely well. If you watch his ability to use his hands, use his feet extremely well, are they the things that you need to bring again today to beat a Blackburn side? Yeah, you're right. I mean, finishing, so I guess starting with where you finished, Bowen Smith's had an incredible season. I mean, without giving too much away, he's probably going to win our best and fairest pretty comfortably next week. But yeah, he's got a good group around him. He's got a pretty good midfield that support him. I like what you said about Slimming and Young. They hold shape. They play with great system. And yeah, we're at our best when we provide that pressure. A little bit like Collingwood will try and do tonight. When we don't have that pressure, we are very vulnerable. So on these bigger grounds, we've got to make sure that we're up and about and ready to go. Otherwise, we're going to get embarrassed. Great, Brendan. Blake here, of course. Always great to talk to you, of course. But today, going for your 6th flag in about 13 years, which is going to be incredible for this great footy club as well. But during the week, I think Charlie and yourself talked about it as well. You've won 5 games on Bayswater Oval in a row, which is really big. Do you thrive on playing on the big grounds? Because I know Balwyn, it's not like
the biggest grounds, but like, do you thrive on playing on the big grounds? And when the moments matter the most, that's what you want to take, aren't you?
Yeah, Fags and I spoke about that yesterday at the lunch. Around you play all season on these tiny little decks, and then the finals are played on big grounds. So you've got to have two game plans, and you've got to have a system and a structure and a game plan that helps you win enough home and away games to make the finals. And then you've got to have a game plan that helps you win a premiership, which is playing on these big, expansive grounds. And yeah, we've had great success here. But yeah, that's in the past. They're great memories. We've got a job to do today. We've picked a side which we think can run and can overlap and can outnumber wherever the ball is. So yeah, if we're good enough, we'll be fine. But if Blackburn are up and about and we're just 5% below our best, it's going to be a tough day.
Finally, Sando, when I look at round one, right, you two played off in round one. I don't think either one of you coaches thought in your wildest dreams that 22 weeks later that you two would be playing off in a grand final today. I guess for you personally, having tasted the success as a coach, does it ever get any easier still coaching another year and challenging yourself again to get that success?
Yes and no. It's a great question. You've always got to keep evolving, as the players do, but the game keeps changing. You were right, we were really badly embarrassed in round one. Blackburn really taught us a footy lesson, and maybe on reflection, that was the best thing that could happen to us at the time, was to get a real wake-up call after winning the premiership last year. So we've worked really hard, so many ups and downs throughout the year, some really good games, some really poor performances that we had to reflect on and to review, and then come back even stronger. And yeah, this is a really good side. Blackburn are a great footy club. They deserve success, but hopefully we can prevent them from getting a flag today.
Just on the selection, you had Lynott and Durden. You're trying to work out which magnet you really want in the team. How hard has that been in terms of deciding on the best lineup to go out there to get him?
There isn't too many things that he was actually not as he was a bit more gun shy this year than what he was last year, don't you think, Spider?
Yeah, I think so. No, I'd have to agree with that. No, I think the way that Sando carries himself, just generally, it's unbelievable, so professional, and probably it's a great lesson for coaches within the community, but more broader than that, and to have his experience, I think we've been very fortunate.
Yeah, and look, and I mean, look, it's a grand final days. Look, for two clubs, Davo, it only comes once a year when you consider there's 10 teams or 12 teams in the competition, and not everyone can make it to grand final day.
No, and this is why you hear of last night. You heard the interview with Sam Mitchell, and when he was talking about what had happened with a few people, he said he doesn't care about next week. He hopes they both lose.
I was in that. Yeah,
but I think one of the things about grand finals is that it's a big day. You've got to be prepared for it, and it's the most enjoyable day of the year. And you just hope that the last couple of minutes you're the one that's going to be wearing the medal.
And in true competitive style, there's always two sides to the story, and it's time for Blackburn coach Anthony Fagan to join us on the grand final preview. Good afternoon to you, Anthony. And if I ask you the question, when we saw you in round one, did you think that you'd be here today?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a really confident thing. You must be really happy with the way that your club has developed, your playing group has developed throughout the year.
Yeah, absolutely. I think across the course of the pre-season and off the back of last year, we were able to build a lot of belief in the way we were playing, the way we were playing for each other, and the connection between the lines is really important as well. And when we played Balwyn in round 18 last year, we had 17 of our players with 25 or under, so really, really confident about the growth and development from within. We thought last year was just some critical moments. We're in front in a lot of the games that we lost at half time, so we needed to get more experience. We needed to go through some growing pains in order to become the team that we are right now. So we were really confident going into the pre-season that our best footy could certainly match it with the best. And once you start winning and beating some good teams, like we had in the first 6 games, the 5 finalists from last year, and we won 5 of those 6 games. So that gave us great confidence and belief that we're on the right track and we could really do something special this year.
Fakes, good luck this afternoon for the Blackburn Football Club. This is going to be potentially a very special day for a club that has had so much history. Let's get down to a couple of weeks ago after the second semi. What did you do from the coaching perspective when you to review that, try and to your forward line?
Minutes into the first quarter. So we put our backs under pressure early. Spider, I even think you said like the clearance and contest game, they got some ascendancy early in the game. So we've got to make sure we get that part of the game right. Part of it's our stoppage craft, part of it's execution with the rucks, part of it's contest finals as well. So that'll all be important. But also then in the second quarter, the Terriers losses in between the arcs and they controlled the mid-turnover battle. So it was a bit of a combination of both in the first half. We actually got the game back in our terms after half time, but we just couldn't score or get any momentum to put some pressure on them. So that'll be important. Obviously today making sure we get the ball in our front half. We've got to set the ground up defensively off the back of that. Then when we get opportunities, we've got to go and score and put them under pressure.
Yeah, we were just talking about footy's a pretty simple game at times when you think about it, and when you get into a grand final, it's nearly got to be even more simple because of the fact that contest is really important. The other one was I thought Balwyn, they didn't allow you anything through the corridor. Yeah. They stopped you completely through the corridor, pushed you wide, and then you went down the lines wide at a few times. On a ground like this, it's important to get corridor, and with your run and spread, if you can get it out of the corridor and run quickly, and as you say, get in the forward 50, you're a much more dangerous side when you isolate your forwards.
Home if you go direct to goal. So I think that'll be important for us. Like at Beaconsfield, particularly as the game wore on, I thought we blasted the ball from centre back even. It was landing from 30 to 50 out. Whereas back in a Bayswater, if you can get some run and carry and you get half-backs and mids to...
Another key moment is that do you want it to be a shootout today? Like I know last week, I think you had a 72-point lead I think at half-time or something like that, rather than it be close, because I think that goes in Balwyn's favour. But how would you feel if there was a shootout? Do you feel comfortable being in that position as well?
Yeah, it's always hard to predict how the game's going to play out. The reality is...
Would you prefer it to...
We're open to it. Like, whether it's going to be a high-scoring offensive game and there's a lot of transition, we'll be ready for that. If it's going to be a more contest, pressure, defensive struggle, we'll be ready for that as well. So we can win in both ways. It's no one way we wanted the game to look. It's just important we can make sure the game's looking like a Blackburn game, and we can get our leaders and our better players involved in the game early, but then also making sure we just got to get our pressure right. So that is important. You can have the greatest system that there can be, but without contest and pressure, all systems will break down.
Anthony, there's another question I want to put to you. I harken back to the third quarter against East Ringwood, I think in round 11, round 12. And I've watched that quarter of football twice. And I think that moment in time was where I think your football club announced yourself as one of the sides to beat this year. It was probably one of the best quarters of football I think I've seen Blackburn play in many, many, many years. Not only did you soak up the pressure from a top quality opposition, but your guys really, when they had to put the hammer on, they really put East Ringwood to the sword. So to me that was a moment where I think your squad then really developed that self-belief that you're right in it this year.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And it's funny, like we had a luncheon where Cade and I and Sando had to speak yesterday, and that was when Cade sort of thought himself, like my belief was well before that, but Cade was like, we can really go on and win this. So that was his belief following that game. And what has been a real strength of our team this year is when we've had momentum, we've been able to score and score heavily. Whether it was been early on against Balwyn in round 2, we kicked 6 goals in the second quarter and put a good space on the game, or might have been Roval round 5, we kicked 6 goals in the third quarter and we take the game away from them. Or as you're talking about East Ringwood, I think it was round 15, we kicked 7 goals in that third quarter. We go from 2 goals down at half time and we were 20 points up late in the quarter and they kicked one right on the siren. So yeah, I think that's been a really good strength of our game. It's going to be important today, just to making sure we stand up in the big moments. We've got to obviously recognise them, but also being great teammates and being great in those moments is going to be important.
This has been an incredible journey for this football club this season. You've gone along, you've stuck it together, you have the belief. For you as the coach and the players that stand in front of you and all the people that are wearing red jackets out there this afternoon and are listening and watching, what will this mean a Blackburn premiership? What's the thing that you draw upon that will actually illustrate a Blackburn premiership today? What will the first thing that you go to and search for and reflect on at that point in time?
It's a good question. I haven't really thought about that, to be honest with you. But I think what it'll be is a culmination of hard work of so many people across a long period of time, and that's just not only us involved in the footy club right now. Like, it's a special group that we've got for this year, but so many past players, so many past coaches, so many past committee members have had a huge influence on the culture of the footy club. Our junior club is set up so well. We've got 14 players playing today. We've spent some time in our junior program, so their growth and development through our system is really important. And yeah, it would be one of the best days of the players' life, but also a lot of people within the Blackburn community. So we've got a great opportunity in front of us, and we're really confident our best footy can get the job done today.
Finally, Anthony, one player that I've followed for many, many years. I followed him through his junior career. He was an outstanding junior. And in my opinion, I've watched him play a lot of football in the Eastern Football Netball League. I think he's in career best form. Paddy Lawler. He's been fantastic this year for your club. He seems to have gone up another notch.
It's amazing, isn't it? Like, he had another kid on the way this year, so that was just the reason I wasn't captain. And was luckily enough, the baby was born the week after the East Ringwood game in round 15. So up until last week, he hadn't been playing at the same level he had as a result of just a bit of not as much continuity training, but also just getting used to having two kids in the family as well. So, but last week he was dominant. Like, his second quarter when we set the game up last week, he was awesome. And his contest-to-contest work rate, his running power, but his ability to get forward and either create goals or kick them themselves. He's a really special player, and I'd love to see a premiership medal on his neck at the end of the day, that's for sure.
Well, Anthony, thank you very much for giving up your time, not only today, but right throughout the season when we've covered Eastern Football Netball Week football and when Blackburn have involved. And look, what a fairy tale and what a great story it will be for the Blackburn Football Club if you can get over the line this afternoon. But there's 120 minutes between you and immortality. And for that, we wish you all the best this afternoon. Not only yourself, your committee, but the whole of the Eastern Football Netball community and the Blackburn Football Club. Good luck to you.
Thanks for that, gents, and have a great call. And also just want to say thanks for all your work throughout the year as well. It's 5 divisions you've got to cover. Everyone always wants to have an opinion on what you say, but
I've definitely had that.
just thanks for all your hard work and having an opinion and being brave to get out there and cover all the leagues. Like, it's tough to get around to everyone, but well done. I don't know how you do it, and have a great call, guys.
Thank you very much, Anthony Fagan. Yeah, really good, and great to have great coaches. And Anthony, let's not forget Spider and Davo and Blake. Anthony Fagan was a Blackburn player.
He played in that last grand
final.
He
did, and that's the thing, he's Blackburn through and through.
And the thing is, right, there's always, it's all, for me, being a purist and a lover of local football, I always get a really good buzz, Davo, when I see a player that's played at the football club go on and actually coach the football club.
But come back and coach too.
Yeah,
I think
there's something about
the romance
that, isn't
about
there?
it. Yeah, I think there's a great romance, Davo, isn't it? When you get a player that can come back, steps away, goes and does some coaching elsewhere at higher levels, and then comes back into the club and takes the next step.
Oh, look, it's fantastic, and I think one of the things that's the first time I've had an opportunity to sit down and listen to him face to face, and I was super impressed by his clarity, his calmness. But what I was really impressed with was his confidence. I just thought he really, really answered the questions well. And look, from just hearing him now, they're going to be incredibly well prepared because he understood exactly what happened in the previous game. He knew what to address straight away. He addressed it. It's not structure, it's not stuff. It's about what do we like in our head before we get out there. And I think that it's going to be a great game because of the two great coaches.
The thing is also that I listening into what Fagan said is, he's really touched on the basis of, when they lost to the Balwyn, it was more of a learning curve for Blackburn. And we all saw it last week. They had a 50-point win. Game was pretty much over by half time. So that's just the thing. And they're going to do a lot of learning, obviously, during the week, Tuesday, Thursday, of course. And, they really want to try and win this. And I think it was heavily out there as well, boys. Blackburn Spurs, they have a premiership in the top 5 division as well. First since 2002. And this will be great for this great footy club because obviously 19s, of course, won the grand final a couple of hours ago. So,
but it's being able to translate it. We've talked about how we've just been seeing Blackburn in previous years. They've won under 19s, they've won reserve premierships, but they haven't been able to translate that into the senior premiership success. Well, here's the opportunity this afternoon for them to really make a mark on the competition and deliver that premiership that's been awaiting for so long.
To be honest with you, the very first question was the thing when he absolutely floored me. Because when I turned around and said, "Did you expect?" and he said, "Yes."
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, I was waiting for a bit of a follow up there, but he was emphatic, Davo.
Yep.
That's what you want from a coach, though.
Exactly.
And it's exactly what Sanderson said as well when he, came in and spoke. Players go by of your attitudes when you walk into the ground. Sando could be, a bit nervous, a bit flat, but you'd rather have a coach like Fagan that just walks in here with incredible, spirit and confidence, and that could lead on Blackburn for the playing group and also for Balwyn as well.
Well, I think one of the things that they've done really well this year, and probably they did it a little bit last year, is that they've got a lot of their homegrown players that have been able to go and play at a higher level.
Yeah.
So you look at Philatides, you look at
Billy
Hicks.
Stoddart.
There's a range of blokes now who've gone out, had VFL experience and come back. It's the one thing that they've lacked a little bit of. They've always relied on their experienced Blackburn players because they haven't really gone out and recruited really heavily.
Not big names.
The stars. So, they brought Waller in
He's been terrific,
year. He's been terrific. So I think that's been a real development of the club and the group, which is the area they've been in. I was so surprised when I looked through their group and did a bit of analysis, and they've got 9 players in their side that have played VFL this year.
And they've also got 14 one-pointers, Dave, which is incredible. So it just shows where they are as a footy club.
And they've been stable all year, Blake. I mean, they don't make a lot of changes week after week. I think there was weeks where they only made 2 to 3 changes, Davo, week after week. They were very consistent with their selection every week, and they didn't make wholesale changes. They had a side that was well settled. It's been well drilled, but it's just been well set up. I mean, you think if a guy like Cooper Trent-Buth was out here today, he's playing league footy for North Melbourne, that just shows what Blackburn have been able to do.
Tell you what, I think you mentioned it on the podcast. If he's playing today, Trent-Buth, they go in possibly.
Well, they're favourites.
Yeah.
Imagine if he could have played though today.
Yeah, how would they fit him in?
Well, I think they could have done it. They could have done, but
I think they would have found a spot for him.
Yeah, I reckon they could. But how I see it is they can also put him down back, but also forward. We all saw that Oval game where he had the generational game where he had five goals and I think he had 23 touches. So I know he'll be spewing that he can't be out there, but he's playing at North Melbourne, and I saw their best at Ferris too, by the way. So he played about 4 games for North Melbourne.
Yeah.
And guess how many votes he got?
10?
28.
28.
Oh. 28 in 4 games, which is outstanding. So I'm sure he'll be there today. But
he'll be here. Yep.
There's also heartbreak as well. I had a look around and St. Patrick Cotter not playing today due to an injury that happened last week. There's always that devastation, and he would have been out there today if he wasn't injured. So you always get that in grand finals, don't you? There's
always the hard luck story. But look, I think for Blackburn, it's just a matter of if they can get the game on their terms, get the ball moving in their direction, hit up there, and we talked about it. If they can hit up some of those targets, create pressure, they're going to be well and truly in this contest.
You have to isolate on this ground. As a forward, it's a very difficult ground to play as a forward unless you get some isolation and some help. And the one thing that Blackburn need to do is get their forwards isolated.
Yeah.
They've got they're very good at the one-on-one contests. They've got great marks. They've got great at-ground players. But the strength of Balwyn is their ability to read the game and create a 2-on-1 and run the ground. They do it so well. So that's where, for me, it's going to be interesting.
No, I think we have a break.
Look, we're going to take our first break, but before we do, 18 minutes into the final quarter in the reserve grand final, and the Yips once again have struck East Ringwood. They are 4-16-40, trailing Roval 7-5-47. Well, when we come back, we'll keep talking about the big grand final clash, but for now, you're listening to the Premier Division Grand Final on Radio Eastern 98.1 and streaming all around the world via Facebook and YouTube.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can... Yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
Listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1
with live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 match of the day coverage.
Welcome back, EFNL Premier Division Grand Final day, the big clash between Balwyn and Blackburn. These two sides have been the best two sides in the competition. Blackburn finished with 18 matches, 16 wins and 2 losses. Balwyn finished third with 18 wins, 12 losses, 6s. I mean, yes, Blackburn finished 4 games clear at the end of the home and away season, but their season, as Anthony said, they'd already played it before the second semi-final, but they've regrouped and they've made it back into the final dance. Blake, you've got an idea that you'd like to share with us here.
Yes, I do. We all have. And there you have it. Grover won the flag. Don't know what the score is.
Keep going, Blake.
Yeah, it's just music. I'm going to ask you this question. Who's your X Factors for today, all right? So I'm going to do mine for... You can pick one from each club.
Yep.
So my X Factor... I'm going to go Rolly Stoddart from Blackburn. He's going to be my grand final player to look out for. And from Balwyn, I'm going to go with obvious one here, Bowen Smith. What's yours, Davo? What's your one?
All right.
Your X Factor for today's game. Who's going to be the one that's going to win the moments and all that sort of stuff for one from each club?
So a guy that I think takes moments very well at Balwyn and seems to be a player that can kick a goal when they need to kick a goal is Chillig. I think he's been really good through the year. And I know he's their leading goal kicker, but he's not a big, tall target.
He's not. No, medium sort of forward, yeah.
And I suppose I'm going to go for another forward for Blackburn. I'm looking at Daniel Wood. I just think if he gets on fire, if he gets a moment where he can really spark
he's had some good weeks. I mean, 4 goals last week, but during the year, he was really important in some of those games.
So he's my X factor.
Yep.
They're the two.
Spider, who's your 2 X factors?
For Balwyn, I think Steve Slimming. I mean, this guy has just an amazing ability to work between the arcs. His skills are sublime. He's just got terrific balance. Came into the competition from the Sandford, from Sturt. Big raps on him. Have seen him play live a few times, and this guy is a very special player, and he's a big game player. And I just think he's the sort of player today, when the big moments arise, this guy could step up and be the big X factor difference. And for Blackburn, I actually think a guy like Macadorian, the reason is this guy is not only just heart and soul about that football club, but his work rate, Davo, is just tremendous. Now, this guy has kicked, I think he's kicked about 34 or 35 goals for the year, right? He's just unbelievable. At forward stoppage, he's probably the best in the business in this competition. The amount of ball that he generates and his finishing ability is just unparalleled in this competition. I just think that he's the sort of player today, he could set this big stage alight.
That's the area that he's improved on in the last 2 years. He was always quick, he was always good at getting the footy, but his disposal left him down a little bit. He's really improved in that area. He's become elite with his feet at the moment.
And Wayne Brasher, who's your finals X factor for today's game?
Believe it or not, I'm going to go a bit left field here, and I've already mentioned him, but I think Paddy Lawler, for mine.
He's the Paddy Dangerfield of this guy, isn't he?
Yeah, look, and like I said, he's in career best form. And like Anthony's alluded to, once he found his mojo again, he's nearly unstoppable, Paddy Lawler, on that half forward. But he plays everywhere. He's basically that player. He is the Dangerfield because there's no matchup for him when he's on song. And for Balwyn, I'm actually going to go really out of left field here. But I'm going to talk, I reckon one guy that, and you look at Balwyn in some of the games, and he's kept them in a lot of games early, Jamie Ridd.
No, it's a great one because his ability in their defensive area of the ground has been so important this year, hasn't it, really?
He to me, he's one of those unsung heroes. But another guy I got a lot of time for, but I reckon he plays the perfect foil for Bowen Smith is Noah Lever. If you want a perfect wingman, we're running with you in the midfield. Well, Bowen Smith's got his wingman in Lever.
And if you have a look around, there's plenty of experience here. The midfield battle is another one that's going to be mouth-watering as well. If you have a look at it, you got big Chevy Anderson going in the ruck. He's got Turner and Urban and Smith. That's your midfield there for a Balwyn point of view. And then after that, it just gets even better with Lockie Harry. He's going to have a massive day going up against...
And they're different rucks. They're different. They play different. Like, Chevy doesn't probably he doesn't cover the ground as much as what Lockie does. But Harry's ability to mark and to read the play, he's a little bit like a Max Corn in a sense, the way that he plays.
Well, he's got a great jump on him,
and he's got a terrific jump,
Well, I basically classify both Harry and Anderson, and it's an old football term. They're not only a ruck, but they're the old term followers.
They are, yeah.
Yep. They're the players that have got good tanks around them. They can pinch it in the ruck when they need to play in a position, but they also are very good around the ground, and they're able to take space, take marks in areas of importance, and also they can also be very dangerous when they move into positions that's going to advantage the side.
Well, Harry can go down, and he's the sort of guy that can sneak forward and get a goal. He's just that type of player. But he can do the other thing too, go back, and he can take that critical mark as well.
I don't think either of them are classic ruckmen.
No.
I don't think either of them are great with their hands in the middle, but it doesn't really matter because when you surround the centre area, especially when it's a ball up there, with the talent that they've got, both sides, it doesn't really matter who's winning the tap out.
That's right.
So you basically call them as a good, tap ruckman. Is that what you're garnering at the moment with Davo with these, two ruckmans? But I think I listened to you, Spider, on the forecast as well. Can Lachlan Harry take it up with Chevy Anderson, because we all know that Chevy, he's a tall beast. We get it, but he's got the endurance, and obviously Lockie Harry's a young ruckman that's up and coming, of course. So do you think we can, I know ruckman gives first use to the midfield, of course, but do you feel that way as well?
I do. Look, as I said, I just think they're two contrasts, but I just feel that a guy like Lockie, if he gets on top, he has the ability to cover the ground. He can go down, he can take a mark. He has that approach. Whereas, and Chevy, he's got that much experience. As we're talking about, he's the old-fashioned style ruck, and he's just basically gets that first use to his midfielders. So I just think it's going to be really exciting to see what happens in the early part of this game, how these two teams set up in the middle part of the ground, and who can give their team first use.
Let's have a look at some Premier data stats, and between the two sides, let's quickly, we'll have a look at Balwyn first. Average score for the season was 82. Their average winning margin was 31%. Goal kicking accuracy was 50.04%. Kicks to goals, roughly 16, and disposals to goal, roughly 26 per goal. And my little gem of average goal per minute, based on a 100-minute game, was 9, just on 10 minutes. Balwyn have been averaging a goal in the season. Let's look at Blackburn.
Can I just,
sorry,
Brash, and the best on ground for the reserves as well was the captain, Mitchell Jago. He got best on from Roval today.
Thank you very much, Blake. And let's have a look at Blackburn. In the disposals, Balwyn have averaged 316 disposals against Blackburn this year. Let's look at Blackburn. Average disposals, 292. So there's 24 difference there.
There's a big difference.
Big difference. Average score for Blackburn, 97, which is very, very good this year. Their winning margin was 34. Their goal kicking percentage is a little bit better than Balwyn, 53%.
Yep.
Their goal per minute was 8.5 minutes. So they're scoring a goal a minute and a half more than what Balwyn were. Kicks to goals, I think, is really important, 15, which means they're not wasting their kicks toward, and in terms of getting goal, and 25, averaging 25 disposals to per goal as well. So in some of the stats they're close, but I think the total disposals, I know 24 seems a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
It does, but I think when you look at the way they play their game, Balwyn do have a lot of inside hands, and they'll flick it around a little bit to get that release.
Yep.
I think Blackburn will go one hand's out, then another outside the 5 if they're going to do it, and then it's a long kick. So I think that's where you get the disparity in the total disposals. Again, I keep going back to it's true. It's offence gets you into finals.
Yep.
Defence wins your finals.
It does. And that's the big difference, isn't it, David? The part of the defence wins you those premierships, the big moments, being able to systematically stand up, whereas the offence, if it gets disarmed, that makes it really difficult for you, because that puts you in another area and makes it really difficult, because that's when the turnover game really comes into play.
All right, gents, and quickly, what we come to watch most of the afternoon, who are going to kick the bulk of the goals? Well, let's look at Balwyn. You've got Tilly with 41, Haley with 30, Nathan Oakes 29, Isaiah Markowski with 23, whilst for Blackburn, 61 goals to Toby Wooler, 34 to Daniel Wood, 33 to Mackenzie Dorian, and 24 to Riley Stoddard. And believe it or not, those 8 players are probably the 8 players that will probably determine the match this afternoon for either of the sides.
I think the key one there is Wooler.
Yeah.
Wooler is the only legitimate tall forward that kicks goals in both sides.
Yep.
So if Balwyn can get the right matchup to defend Wooler, then they are relying on their goals coming from smalls.
Yeah, and the shallow entries too.
And they are. So I think that there's a real key there. But if you look the other way, if Wooler gets on top, they become really hard to stop, because he becomes a focus. He's not only on top, but as soon as the ball hits the ground, he's then got support around him. So I think Balwyn get their goals differently.
They do, and that's what they've done all season. They've just by the combinations that in those stats that were read out, they haven't had weeks where they've had guys kicking 5 or 6 goals. They've chipped away at 2 and 3 goals a week, and you just see that with Oakes, Tilly, etc., getting all those combinations of goals. So going to be interesting to see how this plays out. Who knows? Someone might be able to get 3 or 4, and that might be enough for them.
And we wouldn't have a grand final this afternoon if we didn't have umpires, and the umpires director, Scott Van Norden, has joined us quickly. Good afternoon, Scott, and congratulations. Another successful season for the umpires, and the umpires that are going out for the big grand final this afternoon are well deserved.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's been an outstanding 3 years in terms of the growth and the things we're trying to do around umpiring, and culminates with a great day like this, which is good, and the weather's kind and all that, but I think it's a bit deeper than that with us. We're doing a lot of stuff behind the scenes to try and grow a pretty strong list, so we get to see our guys that are punching the air at this time of the year, which is good, but obviously we've got a lot of great work happening underneath.
I've been really impressed, Scott, this year. I noticed in quite a few of the grand finals at all the levels that the young women and women of the Eastern Football Netball League have really stamped their authority and earned their keep this year.
Yeah, thank you for that. No, they've been outstanding. We'd love to have a lot more, to be honest, but the football does take a fairly good chunk of those, so if they can get them playing, they do. But our girls, we're very proud of our girls in terms of their growth, their application, the way they're going about things, and it's really good reward for a lot of hard work from them. So, yeah, no, good observation. Excellent.
Scott, when you talk to umpires in the build-up to grand finals, and what are the key components and the messages that you chat to them about in these type of big games? I mean, for them, it's just as big a day it is for the players. I mean, it's their moment, and they're getting out there and they're doing their best. What are some of the things you educate, you train, but you also remind them of before they go out there this afternoon?
Yeah, great question. We talk, in our group, we talk very much about staying present, staying in every contest, making sure that the game that presents itself before us, we look after that, and then we move on to the next contest. And I think a lot of our guys are drilled that way and understand that's what we expect to see. Yeah, the intensity comes up. Yes, there's a lot more riding on it, but we want them just to remain calm and stay present in every decision. And they do a good job around that. They're very, very good.
And it's hard because everyone is just judging each and every decision, and it's going to be microscoped in its absolute intensity. Yep. Is it really important that you just guide them through each decision moment by moment? Do you talk to them during the breaks? What sort of communication he's had throughout from now right throughout the course of the rest of the afternoon, particularly between breaks?
Yeah, they do a lot of 360 feedback themselves. In the breaks, they'll actually work their way through it. And they talk about things that are happening in the game, and we trust them. We set them up well enough that we trust them to work their way through it. No different to what a footy club would do when they get in their huddle. And a lot of these guys are pretty good at fixing things they might think are deficiencies they're seeing in their game that they're doing, or how they can see the game's going, a trend that might be happening, and they adjust accordingly. So a lot of thought goes into the way they umpire, and we need them to be like that, so that therefore they stay. We want to look after the game ultimately. That's what we're trying to do, and we just try and make sure they're always thinking about how they can either improve their performance in it and make sure the product or the game is still being looked after.
You've got a great mix this afternoon. You've got a first timer, you've got a 3-timer, and you've got a 167 timer. But that you must be really pleased with the fact that you've got some really good junior umpires that are able to come up and hold their own with the experienced ones and come out on the big stage and work on the big stage.
Yeah, great observation. I mean, even if you look at the panel we had in the reserves here, there's a 16-year-old and 2 17-year-olds that held that down, and they're the people that are doing the bigger games, like the ones we're seeing in the seniors, those people are willing to support, grow and develop them. So when these ones actually step up in, they understand our system and our processes, and they work really well, and it's very seamless, very, very seamless.
Now, Scott, I always love what you do, and you do a terrific job for all the umpires, and you really appreciate all the stuff you do to get these umpires on the park. But there's a particular man that I want to talk about, and you probably know where this is going. Dan Beard. Now, this is his 13th umpire for the grand final. Can you just talk about his preparation, about what he does? I always see him at the Lilydale Lake because I'm around that area. But I see him with his shirt off, and he loves taking that off. But shout out to you, Biddy, as well, if you're watching. But can you just talk about his preparation? Because I think it's top notch what he's done. He's a great advocate for the umpires and your association.
Yeah, thank you. We're very fortunate to have an era where we have someone like Dan. Not only is he an outstanding umpire by his own rights, but he's traits in his preparation, but the way he sort of brings everybody into every game, the way he supports everybody, he's someone that is really happy to grow and develop others and still really work hard in his own game. And you've got to... Yeah, it's a pretty impressive performance in a lot of ways that he's been able, and a consistent performance. He's a games holder at VFL level as an umpire, and come back to us and has just never put a foot wrong. I mean, it's an amazing record, to be honest.
I think one of the other things about Dan that I was so impressed with, being involved in the juniors this year, he actually came out and umpired a couple of junior games that I was involved in coaching against. His communication... So it's something we don't notice when we watch him out in the big leagues. But his communication to the players is as good as anything that I've ever heard. He was just exceptional with, at one stage I think he had an under-13s and an under-15s. He was so good, and to know that he's giving back in that area is a testament of the fact of who he is, and also it reflects why he's coming in and being the umpire, the senior umpire that we've got today. So he's doing a great job.
He is, and we're, like I said, I'll keep saying it, we're trying to build a really, really strong club, a good community club that just happens to umpire. So people like Dan in particular are the people that drive our standards, but also the way we want to look, our behaviours, and those sort of people are critical for us going forward. I mean, if we're looking at the things we need to do for the future, that's the type of stuff we have to have right, and those sort of role models, or those sort of people that do that, and I've got a number of them, I'm very lucky, that actually are enabling us to grow and get bigger a lot quicker.
Well, Scotty, fantastic for you to come up and talk about the umpires, and a bit of a shout out for mine, Dave Parker. Yeah, great favourite of mine. I was part of the goal umpiring fraternity myself many years ago, so I've got a soft spot for him, for goal umpires. But great to see Dave once again being part of the team on grand final day.
Yeah, just an amazing, really good leader of the association. He looks after obviously that part of the club, and he drives our processes really well. But he's an outstanding goal umpire with an amazing track record. So I'm wrapped for the whole panel, to be honest, and I think it's a really, really good achievement for all of them. But people like that are key to our organisation as well. So it's good.
Well, Scott, thanks very much for coming up and giving us some of your time.
Terrific.
It's been a great year for the umpires, and hopefully it'll go seamlessly for them this afternoon, and we won't notice them, and neither will the players. But for now, thank you very much for giving up your time.
Thank you so much. Cheers.
There you have it, the coach of the umpiring fraternity in the Eastern Football Netball League, Scott Van Norden, and joining us this afternoon. And the call team's now going to start assembling, gentlemen. So out with we're on the outer. Let's start getting some of the new crew in. And Blakey, thank you very much. Davo, you and I will see each other again at half time. And Spider, thank you very much for your contribution.
Enjoyed it thoroughly, and my tip is Balwyn to narrowly win, but I think Blackburn have a massive chance to create history, and I think whatever happens, it's going to be a wonderful day for the Eastern Football Netball League.
There you have it. Well, okay, and I'll be staying on and and keeping everyone honest here. But thank you very much, gentlemen, for your contribution this afternoon.
Thank you all.
See you at half
Enjoy the game.
See you soon.
Yeah. And whilst we're at it, the reserve grand final was.
You'll go right.
Right, we're just going to change tact. We're going to take an ad, but when we come back, the call team assembles for the Premier Division Grand Final here at Bayswater Recreation Reserve. Coming to you live on Radio Eastern 98.1 and streaming all around the world on Facebook and YouTube. It's Blackburn versus Balwyn in the Grand Final.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
"Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers."
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
Listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1
with live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 match of the day coverage.
Welcome out to Bayswater Oval. Today is the big dance, the Premier Division Grand Final for the Eastern Football Netball League between Blackburn and Balwyn. Blackburn finished the season in first position with 16 wins, whilst Balwyn were third with 12 wins throughout the season. The sides have played each other 3 times. In round 1, it was Blackburn by 19 points, Balwyn by 11 points in round 10, and the second semi-final only a few weeks ago saw Balwyn racing away with a 47-point win. Both sides have had a week off throughout the final series as well. Blackburn started with that week off, then that loss to Balwyn, but came home with the thunder last week against Roval to win by 50 points. Whilst Balwyn, they worked hard the first few weeks. They defeated East Ringwood by 11 points, defeated Blackburn by 47 points, and come in fresh into this grand final with a week off last week. My name is Ben Warren Smith, and we can't wait for the big show, the final day of the Eastern Football League calendar. After these sides met in round 1, it's only fitting they meet again in the final game of the season. Let's introduce the panel, the call team for this afternoon. Joining me riding shotgun is the media manager of the Eastern Football Netball League. Good afternoon to you, Ryan Long.
Yes, good afternoon, Ben. Well, what a day. We all wait for this moment of the season, the final day out at Bayswater Oval. There's nothing that beats it. We've had 5 teams across the 3 grand finals here today, so plenty of support. The 2 sides in the big senior clash, we've got 2 different stories. We've got Balwyn, who are the powerhouse. They've had dynasties in the past. They won the flag last year on this ground exactly 12 months ago. They're looking for back-to-back and starting a new dynasty. And you've got Blackburn, who have never won at this level, at the top level, but they also have waited 23 years for a flag. And that was 2002 in Division 2 at that stage. So the stage is set. 2 stories, 1 ending. Can't wait to get stuck into it.
And the crowd's still streaming in out here at Bayswater Oval. If you're in the area, or even if you're not, get in the car and come down. There is plenty of room in here. On the grandstand side, it is absolutely jam-packed. It's really hard to even get a standing room position here. The red coats, the red jackets, which I love so much, are completely out in force today. It's a great sight whenever we see them come and play finals time. But let's introduce the rest of the panel of Of course, it wouldn't be the same if old Father Time wasn't here up here on the balcony today. He's got a big smile on his face because the reserve side of Roeville have got up today, and congratulations to Roeville. Good afternoon to you, Ray Baird.
Good afternoon to you, Ben, and good afternoon to all our listeners. And I must say, it's a pleasure to sit with everybody else here on the panel today, because we are the A team, no matter what they say. But no, look, grand final day, Bayswater. And let's face it, in Premier this year, the best two sides playing off today in the grand final.
Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt, and it's great to have you on board. And of course, the man who has brought us all the pre-matches and the halftime addresses throughout the final series. His special comments every other week. He thrives for September action. The main man in special comments today, Wayne Brasher. Good afternoon to you, Brash.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you, and welcome to all the listeners, not only in Victoria this afternoon, but all around the world, that are going to listen to all our dulcet tones on how we call on this big game this afternoon. And what a ripping game that's set down for decision. Two sides, two contrasting styles of play. Which one's going to prevail? Well, in 2 hours' time, we're going to find out.
We certainly are, and of course, doing the stats this afternoon, and of course, social media is one of our favourites here on the EFNL media team, and you hear him right throughout the season, and today's got a very important job. Good afternoon to you, Jared Beanland.
G'day, Ben. Thank you very much for having me. What a day it's going to be. It's been a fantastic day of grand finals already. Blackburn versus Balwyn, I cannot wait. And live stats for it, thanks to Premier Data, of course. They'll be keeping us on board with all the stats that matter, and I'll be delivering those to you. And hopefully it'll be a good game out here, because we've had 4 ripper grand finals in the senior men so far. Let's see if we can make it 5 from 5.
Great to have you on board, and of course today's production is brought to you by LKLM Media, the best in the absolute business. As we can hear the sides coming out onto the ground now, and we'll get the club song soon. But of course our Sports Vision bring us the footage, but LKLM Media, they bring it all together, and you'll see some pretty impressive shots right across the ground today. We've got cameras positioned absolutely everywhere as the umpires make their way onto the ground, and today the field umpires are Dan Beard in his 13th EFNL Grand Final. Amazing effort. Dan Phillips and Nick Dorr. Goal umpires are Dave Parker in his 4th Grand Final today, and his 7th time Goal Umpire of the Year award winner this year. Congratulations to you, Dave. Andrew Wasty is the other goal umpire. The boundary riders umpires today, Marcus Allen, Sam Rattray, Jacob Time, and Ryan Paravicini. Hey, the Burners.
We love our club and we play to win. Riding the box with the grin at Blackburn. Come, what may you find is striving. Teamwork is the thing that counts. All for one and one for all. We are at Blackburn. We are the mighty fighting Burns.
Fantastic stuff as Blackburn make their way onto Bayswater Oval, the first side today. Let's cross down boundary side for the first time this afternoon. The boys are in position A. Today we have Blake Tennant and Chris Cordes. Good afternoon to you, boys.
Good afternoon, BWX. Good afternoon to our great team today. And what a day. Looking forward to go for this one, but condition. It's a bit.
Yeah, you're a little bit crackly there, Blake.
That's if I was winning the toss today, I'll be going to the right, because there's a tiny bit of wind as well going down that end on the right of your screen. So good to be here. My tip: I've gone Balwyn by 15.
Fantastic stuff as we welcome the Balwyn Football Club onto the ground. Go the Tigers.
Yeah, well, it's a day that's not foreign to them, BWS.
That's right, Brad. Let's enjoy the song.
Shake down the thunder from the sky. Whether the odds be great or be small, Balwyn goes in to win overall. While her noble sons are marching onwards to victory.
Makes you get a little bit of a pep in your step when you hear the theme song and the clubs run onto the ground, don't you, Ray?
I love that second song, except they got the words wrong. It's a Sydney one,
yeah,
mate.
Of course.
Okay.
Let's cross down boundary side to our other boundary rider today, and a real up-and-comer in this media team. And it's a very good afternoon to Chris Cordes.
Yes, thanks for that introduction, BWS. I'm not sure how much came through the headsets there from what Blake was saying, but just to reiterate on his points, It looks real nice, good conditions. There was a little bit of a wind in the previous games before. No real single direction, though. It's been whipping around quite a bit. But no, very happy to be here. Should be a good day for footy. My tip was Blackburn by 3.
Ooh, so they're going against each other down there, which always works well when you're a boundary rider, because that means you get to choose which huddle are you going to go to.
I think 3 Blackburn. View from us.
Yeah, I think just maybe don't hold the fluffy mic so close to your mouth, Blake. We're just getting a little bit crackly, mate, that's all. Just a little bit of advice going forward, but loving your work already so far. But let's talk about today's game as we wait for the captains to come into the middle, and I know the boundary riders will keep us across that and who wins the toss. Brush, Ray, how does this plan out today? It's a toss of the coin game, and I know that's cliche to say that sort of thing because you always want a close game, but today it really is.
Yeah, it is a 50-50 game, BWS, and look, I've had the pleasure of watching both these teams in the final series this year. They play a different style of football, and I think the Bayswater Oval, in my opinion, suits Balwyn's style of play more so than Blackburn. For me, Blackburn's a running side. They keep the ball moving. They like the wide open spaces, whereas to me, Balwyn have got the ability at some stage during this game, they're going to just starve the opposition of the football and close it down and play their style of football, Brash.
Yeah, right, Ray, and I'm probably going to go just a little bit opposite to you because I actually thought that this game might actually suit Blackburn's style of play. But that being said, I think, like I said, 2 contrasting game styles, but actually also the game could also be decided in the coaching box this afternoon between the 2 coaches because both coaches are going to be challenged this afternoon in their moves. So I think I'm going to tip. I'm ticking Blackburn by 5 points.
Well, the captains have tossed the coin. Charlie Haley and Cade Ainsworth, and Chris Cordes was right there on the mark. Who won the toss and who's kicking which way, mate?
Yes, guys. So it was Blackburn that won the toss. They'll be kicking to the left of screen. I've got no clue what road's down that end, but I know that's what you guys specialise in. So
that's always been the scoreboard end. The other's a hotel end down the other end.
Yeah, and also just while I've got you, there is a slight drizzle starting to come down, so we'll keep tabs on that throughout the encounter. But just something to keep in mind.
Who do you reckon? Who are we going to go for our BOG awards? Well, I got 2. I'll go with Paddy Lawler for Blackburn if they win it, and I'm going to go Noah Lever for Balwyn if they win it.
Okay, very good. I'm tipping Blackburn today. I've tipped them by 8 points. I think this is going to be an incredibly close game, but I don't know. I've just got this feeling that Blackburn are really ready for this moment in their history in the Premier Division, and today might just be the day. Yeah. Best on ground for me today will be Macca Dorian.
Yeah, the vibes are there. The crowd had to walk through those red jackets, and so everyone's up and about. I have still tipped with the reigning premiers. I've gone Balwyn, and I'm going back-to-back for Bowen Smith to win another Cliff Tompkins. I just think if they do win, he's going to be one of the best 3 players on the ground.
Well,
right?
I'm going for Balwyn by 10 points, and I'm picking Alexander Urban. And if Blackburn get up, I'm going for Patrick Lawler because last week I saw him and he was magnificent last week.
Had a massive game, didn't he, Ray?
Yeah.
How about you, Jared?
I'm going to go with Blackburn with 5 points for this one, and Lockie Bajaya, I think, is going to be your best
that's a
on
good
ground.
call, Jared.
He's been excellent throughout the year. He had a great start to the year, especially that we were witness to in the first couple of games, especially against Balwyn in that Good Friday matchup, and I think he's got a lot of toe and a lot of class to him too.
Good afternoon all. Well, the stage is set. Blackburn contesting Jexit's second top division grand final. Balwyn looking to go back-to-back. On behalf of the Eastern Football Netball League, welcome to Bayswater Oval for the 2025 Premier Division Grand Final between Balwyn and Blackburn Football Clubs. Congratulations and best of luck to both teams. Your umpires for today's games are, in the field, Nick Dorr, Dan Phillips and Dan Beard. Your boundary umpires, Marcus Allen, Sam Rattray, Jacob Timms and Ryan Paravicini. Your goal umpires, David Parker and Andrew Wasty. If you can please be upstanding with the players and umpires for the Australian National Anthem. Good luck to both teams, and of course, may the best team win.
Absolutely. Sends chills down your spine. We might not be playing out on the ground, but it's exciting. There's no doubt about that. 18 home and away games, a final series that lasts 4 weeks, a pre-season that preludes all of those things, and to find yourself now still playing in the last 2 hours of the season, it's a massive effort by both sides, by both football clubs as well. We know how much it takes to get a club and a team up and running, and just what that entails week in, week out. An incredible amount of work from volunteers and parents and partners, and just it's a full commitment. It's not just the players that are out on the ground, it is a whole community that gets behind it, and that's why we see such a big crowd out here today just flocking to Bayswater Oval to support their team, because they are part of the community.
And BWS, since we've gone on there, that crowd in the outer has grown. It definitely has grown coming in from the road.
Yeah, and the crowd at the Basie has shrunk as well.
They all make their way across.
Actually, we've been talking about the umpires. I know Dan Beard, great effort, 13 grand finals, an amazing achievement. But also, personally, I've known Gavin Dorr, the ex-AFL umpire, for many a long time, and his wife Jenny. They'd be extremely proud of their son Nick getting the main gig today. Gavin had a distinguished career as an AFL umpire, and I think Nick's going to be following him in his footsteps, because I know his other son Cameron also is at the AFL level as well.
I think the umpiring right throughout the final series has been absolutely superb. And,
it has.
Throughout the year, here and there, we give them a little bit of stick, but the cream rises to the top, and the best of the best come out during the final series. And I think that's just been absolutely brilliantly games umpired right throughout, and we've seen the close games. They've let the play go, and I found out I cut a lap earlier, and all the umpires of the EFNL are on that on the right hand side half forward line as well. They're calling it Bay 13 out there. I'm not so sure about that, but the players are making their way to position.
Surely they'll be heckling their guys.
100%. And a good afternoon, of course, to our very own John Blackman, Lee Green, who you'll hear in the background as always this afternoon. Looking forward to a Lee.
Mr. Summons. No, sticky knee, isn't it? So
who's your tip today, Lee?
My tip. Football will win in the end.
Oh, dear, oh, dear.
No fence hitting.
Turn his mic off.
Balwyn. I got Balwyn.
Very good stuff. Well, the players are making their way to position. And of course, it will be Blackburn kicking to the Canterbury Road end, the main scoreboard end, and it'll be Balwyn kicking towards the Bayswater Hotel end, and of course, Baronia Road end as well. Here's Ryan Long, the media manager, to get us underway, the Premier Division Grand Final.
Anderson and Harry to go up for the first tap down. It was Harry who got it, but picked up by Anderson. Got off to Bowen Smith. Last year's Cliff Tompkins winner. Towards the half-forward flank. Markovski chasing Curran. Towards the boundary line. That ball goes over. And we'll get the first boundary throw in for the afternoon.
The one thing that Blackburn have got to do in the opening 10 minutes is just keep their composure. Don't get overawed by the occasion.
So we'll get the boundary throw in. Right on the 50-metre arc here at Bayswater Oval, down Balwyn's end of the ground. Chasing that one, Oakes. Urban. Back to Bowen Smith. Ran into a bit of trouble with a Hicks tackle, and Hicks has been rewarded. So Billy Hicks. First free kick here at the half-back line for Blackburn. And get the Burners moving. Down the line they go. Lockie Harry in the middle of this. Out the back was Silvani. Went a little bit early. Anderson. Handball forward and wrapped up his worm. We'll get a ball up right in front of us, broadcast side.
Right in front of the grandstand here. We Harry to go up again. Got the knockdown, ball bounces away here. Smith picked up the football, got the quick handball back to Schreiber. A little bit of a grubber kick, goes towards the Ainsworth direction, put his head over the football, strong tackle on him. But it was all fair by Tillich, and the umpire will come in and bounce us right in front of the Blackburn dugout, right in front of the wing that is just drenched in red coats today. Harry got the knockdown straight looking towards Hicks, but Ball won't have the numbers at ground level. Little kick by Urban, goes inside forward 50. He just popped it up in the end. Little bit of a shove. The umpire might have seen this one. It'll be a free kick going the way of Balwyn. Free kick going the way of Blackburn, I should say. Sorry, no, it is Balwyn. What am I talking about? And it'll be in the arms there of Nathan Oakes. I just saw the Blackburn player had the ball, but it'll be Balwyn for a little push out. So Oakes to have the first genuine shot on goal here in the first term. He'll have all the Bronx cheers from the Blackburn faithful, giving it to him from behind. but he comes in. He's kicked 29 for the season. He'd love to make it 30. That is the start the Tigers are after. Balwyn draw first blood here on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard as we cross the 3-minute mark here in this first term. They lead 1 straight 6. Blackburn yet to score.
As soon as it left the boot, Ray, it was going straight through the middle.
Well, he was in a perfect position for a left footer as well, the way the wind carried that back in.
Yeah.
I've noticed also that Caden Schreiber's running with Stoddart too, boys.
Yeah, going to be important. And you got to love Jack Tillich's reaction in the goal square too. Up and about, he's the barometer of that side. And for Oaks, he gets the first of the day. So back in the middle, Anderson looking to grab this one out of the ruck. Stolen away by Harry, who gets Blackburn inside 50 for the first time this afternoon. Carmody around this one, wrapped up in the tackle. Lawler is stolen away here from the skipper by Ainsworth. And we'll get a ball up inside 50 here for Blackburn. They got the quick start in the second semi-final as well, did Balwyn. And they've done the first here, got the first one on the board, 1 straight 6 to Blackburn, no score. And all wrapped up in the tackle is Wilson, so we'll get a ball up about 60 out from the Blackburn goals. 3.5 minutes into this first term of the 2025 Premier Division Grand Final. Harry and Anderson, null and void as Bowen Smith, another clearance forward here for the Tigers. There he is again. Smith inside 50, back in the direction of Oaks. Tilly at ground level. Can he pick it up cleanly? Oaks gets back there to help him out. He's giving away the free kick in the process. So,
yeah, well, Bowen Smith is stamping his authority on this contest very early.
Connor Hinkley with the ball in the back pocket. He's going to kick to the grandstand side. The target is Hicks. The big flyer over the back there was Wooler. He's kicked 61 goals this year. Long way out from goals. He's got short options on in Worm. Elects to go lateral. Goes inboard, going towards Hubber. On the right boot now. They're going for the old switcheroo. On the right boot here, here's Riley Winter. Drives the ball up towards the half-forward line. Reaching out nicely there was Macadorian, who takes it on the chest. So they've worked their way across the ground and up towards half forward. The kick goes in towards the forward pocket. Carmody was the target. Little toe poke by Oglethorpe, but it was trapped by Schreiber. He couldn't get a clear possession out. It goes towards the boundary line. The paint wins out this time, and over the boundary line she goes for a boundary throw in. 4.5 gone, right underneath the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. It's a 6-point lead to Balwyn.
You mentioned Bowen Smith there. He's going head-to-head with Kate Ainsworth. It's going to be an excellent match all day.
It certainly is. As the boundary throw-in, tapped down by Anderson. Schreiber, his kick was affected. As that ball is going to be wrapped up again, and we're going to get another stoppage inside 50 for Blackburn, trailing this game by 6 points in the first 5 minutes. Out here at Bayswater Oval. Tapped down again by Anderson. It was Lever who got the handball. Forward they go here on the outer side. Harry first, picked up very cleanly for the big fella. And across the line it goes. Slimming gets a touch to it. Of course, coming to the club this year is going to be very important.
Had a great season.
Absolutely, he has. So a boundary throw in right in front of the Yarra Valley Water sign as we're back into action. Anderson tapped down. The handball over the top from Bajaya. That ball still trapped on that far side, so we'll get yet another boundary throw-in as the crowd starts to really build here at Bayswater Oval.
Fantastic scenes. It's Anderson over the back. We'll pay that one to him that time. There's a lot of players trying to work themselves out here, but Bowen Smith picked it up, scrambled a kick out, little flick over the top there by Haley, goes up towards the half, the wing position, picking up the ball that time. In good possession was Lionard. His handball over the top was chopped off, so the Burners a chance to go inboard. The target there was Answorth. He couldn't quite take the mark, and now here's a chance for the Tigers to go inside forward 50 that time. Bouncing football, they've got the numbers. Oh, this is going to be as easy as you like. Tillich runs into an open goal, and Tillich slams it through. 2 in a row here to Balwyn early in this first term, and they've jumped out of the gates, Ray Baird. 2 goals straight to no score.
They certainly have, but look, I don't take anything away from that defender then. He left his opponent, he attacked the football, and unfortunately got a very bad bounce, and it come out not to his opponent, but to another opponent who was on his own. All you expect as a coach is when the ball's coming in like that, your defenders attack the football, Brash.
Yeah, that's all you can do, Ray.
Served himself a rest as well, Tillich.
So what a start here for Balwyn. 2 straight 12. Blackburn no score. Back in the middle. Almost 7 minutes gone in this first term. There's Kane Turner. Gets another clearance forward. Cut off here for Burners through Elliott, who takes the mark at centre half back and looks to play on straight away. He's got Paddy Lawler all by himself, who moves this on quickly towards the half forward line. Was looking for Dorian, but coming in from behind was Ben Silvani. Spoil that across. Yet another one of their inclusions this season.
It's twice they've gone. It's twice they've tried to go inside, well, moving themselves up into the forward arc of the ground and gone very wide, and it hasn't come off, Brash.
No, it hasn't.
So Anderson and Harry once again. Schreiber bursting through. Did he get through the tackle from Bajaya? He didn't. In fact, he was caught high, so he earned himself a free kick.
See, I thought that might have gone the other way.
So Caden Schreiber here for the Tigers. Got the first 2 on the board. Down the line they go. Couldn't quite get the mark. Still alive, Bowen Smith. Almost held without it. Coming in cleanly, Bajaya once again. Clearing kick forward. This is better for Blackburn. The mark is taken by Oglethorpe. So Oglethorpe inside 50 and standing in front. The mark is taken by Liam McDermott for the Tigers.
Great mark by McDermott. Asking for players to run up to the wing position. It was a beautifully weighted kick where Turner, who's getting amongst it early, takes the mark. Looking for options further afield, uses the middle now. That was okay because Wilson has it, just pokes it another 30 metres forward again. So the Tigers are building. They've kicked the first 2 goals on the board in this first term. Here's Chambers. Once again, they're not rushing it. They're doing it in bits and pieces. It's smart. Anderson on the right boot. Oh, that was as easy as you like. This is basically training drill stuff as Jared Lineout comes out and takes the mark on the chest, and he'll kick from 45 out.
Gee, that was really poor marking there by Blackburn Ray.
There was 4 unopposed marks.
Yeah, you can't allow 4 uncontested disposals like that. That's criminal.
Especially down the corridor.
So Jared Lineout yet to kick a goal for the season. Wouldn't this be a celebration if he could put this one through? He comes in now from 45. He starts it up high. He's pushed it right across the face of the goal. It'll still stay alive here. Who's going to be there to trap it? Worm was in there. He had some support. Little handball over the top, but it goes towards the urban direction for Balwyn. He can't release a handball here. He might get pinged for holding the ball. And that's exactly what umpire Dan Baird said. And it'll be Blackburn to use the corridor by the looks of things.
And it is the skipper and Kate Ainsworth, Brush.
They needed that tackle there, believe it or not.
Bajaya on the half-back line. Been involved early for Blackburn, the first 9.5 minutes of this game. Going to have to play a pretty important role today. As he goes long down the line, sport from behind there, making a contest. Was Lachlan Young, who's had a massive season for the Tigers.
Having a bit of trouble getting hold of the stats that matter from Premier data, but it is very clear to me that Balwyn, they're really doing well at denying Blackburn the corridor, and they're just taking it on themselves, and Blackburn are letting them.
Back into play again. Lockie Harry got the tap down, but JR going nowhere. Wrapped up by Kane Turner.
The other thing is the midfield of Blackburn are being forced to play off their Blackburn's half-back line, and they're not getting anything through the midfield at the moment to supply their forward line.
Stoddard to Bajaya. The hand pass affected by Urban, who goes forward. Here for the Tigers, stolen away. Lawler, handball back into play, and the kick is a 1-on-4. Doing pretty well was Carmody, but ran into the tackle of Charlie Haley. Did he get rid of it? Umpire said he did. That was a great tackle there from Charlie Haley.
They just need a goal here, Blackburn, just to settle down, just to settle the nerves, because Balwyn are all over them at the moment.
5 goals to 2 in that second semi-final in favour of Balwyn. Right now it's 2-0. 12 plays 0 as we're approaching the 11th minute mark in this first term. Tap forward once again, but going nowhere. And a high kick in the direction of Tillich, who was in front position, had 2 burners to beat, and here they go now towards the half-forward line. Now, all the numbers behind the play. Lever was one of them for the Tigers. Turner, smart tap forward, similar with the skipper in Haley, and finally stopped here right in front of us on the broadcast wing once again.
Can't get any clean ball at the moment, Ray. Blackburn?
No, they're under immense pressure, Brush.
Umpire Dan Phillips starts this one out. Charging through was Haley, the skipper for Balwyn. Little handball over the top to Smith. Somehow got boot to ball, but out of bounds on the full. It goes. Blackburn to bring the ball back in. So in the arms here of Phylactides.
But there's no movement.
No, you're right.
No movement whatsoever up forward.
Phylactides just thumps the ball every bit of 50 metres. A big fly up there, kick at ground level there by Apple. It was a grubber, but it might sit okay here for Lawler, who overran the pill. Handball over the top. The Tigers now have the numbers. They can link up, just dodging and weaving. That was okay. In the arms there of Smith now. Might go for the old one too, but Urban was going a little bit quicker. But Smith was there to mop up the pieces. Back to Urban. They're keeping it a live series of handballs. Haley got it away. Here's Wilson inside forward 50. It was a good kick, but it was an equally good spoil. Hinkley at the fall of the ball just gets it out, and it's a high pressure contest, and over the boundary line she goes for a boundary throw in.
Well, they absolutely nearly created something out of nothing there.
They had the ability just to keep the ball moving their way, didn't they?
That's what you got to do. Just keep the ball moving forward.
They're working so much harder for their teammates with the ball at Balwyn as opposed to Blackburn.
50 metres out from the Balwyn goal line. They currently lead this game by 12 points. With the Burners now with the clearing kick out towards the wing position. They have the numbers at the spoil though. Lamott got the handball away, linking up with Ridd, who had a bounce when he didn't really need to. Got it to Smith, who got a skew F kick away. He's coughed it up a few times already in this first term, Smith, and mark's been taken by Fraser Elliott.
Elliott wants to move this along straight away. Got Stoddard chasing this, beats the boundary line and beats Schreiber, but falls over in the process. Has got time to hit up Paddy Lawler.
That's 25.
And the umpire says
no.
In the contest, Fresh.
So that's fair. Paddy Lawler back inside forward 50, very wide, and the mark was taken by Toby Wooler, but it was already out of bounds on the full, so Balwyn will take possession here. And Toby Wooler is going to be one to watch, particularly if Blackburn are going to hit the scoreboard in the opening turn. They're yet to score in the first 13.5 minutes. Balwyn 2 straight 12 as the Tigers now, they link up once again. Wilson couldn't pick it up cleanly, but had enough time just to be able to hold this up on that far side. Toby Lever involved as well.
10 clearances to 3 on the stats. Now I've got them going.
All in favour of Balwyn as that ball crosses the line. Lever happy to see it over once again, and 14 minutes into this game, Blackburn yet to hit the scoreboard.
Just looking at the performance of both sides, I just think if Blackburn can score a goal, then they'll settle.
Yeah.
I think that's all they need.
Umpire throws it in. It'll be Anderson going against Winter. Winter over the back, slapped it down. He tried to find Worm, couldn't quite get it. Balwyn trying to barge their way through. There is Urban, who started very strongly.
Yeah, it's a real experienced centre line. Turner, Urban and Smith.
By Nick Daw, threw the ball straight up. Might be a free kick for a sling tackle there, because Billy Hicks was there and he didn't have the football, so a free kick going the way of Blackburn. So right in the middle here at Bayswater Oval. Get on down here today if you're in the area. And the kick by Hicks goes out of bounds on the full, of course, streaming today on YouTube and Facebook right across the globe. And, of course, 98.1 Radio Eastern. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. Let us know where you're tuning in from today as Balwyn kicked the first 2 goals very early in the piece, but Blackburn have slowed things down the last 8 or 9 minutes or so, and it's certainly game on out here in the Premier Division Grand Final as Balwyn will look to square things up here. They've got Freeman right across the ground. Instead, Wise was in the middle. Just seem to have a bit more space at the moment here, the Tigers. Eventually the kick goes out to Freeman, who's got Schreiber further afield if he wants to use him. Instead, there's some even shorter options. Urban's made space, but eventually Schreiber's left to go after it. He had made very hard to work for it, and now here's a chance for Blackburn. Salmon's handball was an absolute shocker. Urban was there to chop it off. Thumps the ball up towards centre half forward, looking for Markoski. Big fly over the pack there by Tillich. Smith got it to Anderson, got it further afield to Wilson, whose kick was brilliantly smothered. Here's Worm. Here's the counter attack by Blackburn. The kick goes out towards a Carmody direction, but it was knocked away from him. And now here the Tigers through Wise, who arched the back, and then he got crutched, holding the ball. Fantastic play by the Burners.
And they're going to move it on. They're going to use the advantage. Ainsworth inside 50. The mark is taken. Mackenzie Dorian, a long way out from home, looks to play on, puts it towards the top of the square. Bajaya's there. Hicks is there. Who's at ground level? They're able to still win out. It's Salmon who gets past Young, but has given away.
I reckon he ducked into that. I reckon he ducked into that himself.
So he's potentially going to have the set shot here from outside forward 50. We're right behind this, so we'll have a great angle. Look at the sea of red if you're watching on from YouTube behind him. As Salmon comes in, they need A goal to Blackburn, extends the angle, kick on the way, it's going to hold its line, and it's through the middle for Blackburn's Hurst. And what a finish. Salmon gets the Burners on the board, 1 straight 6, Balwyn 2 straight 12.
Well, it eventually had to happen. They'd worked, like BWS said, they've worked really hard in the last 10 minutes, Blackburn. It hasn't been pretty, but at the end of the day, they've got their first score. That'll settle the nerves, as Ray has been alluding to.
Yeah. And the man of the moment, goal umpiring there, Dave Parker, in perfect position.
Certainly was.
Brash, I just feel now they'll settle down a little bit. They're on the scoreboard.
Umpire Nick Dorr has the ball. It's a 6-point lead to Balwyn. Harry got the knockdown that time, straight into the arms there of Worm, who spun around, did a pirouette, got a little left boot to it, but guess who? Urban picked it up for the Tigers, up towards the half-forward line. It's going to bounce away, it becomes a foot race, right towards the boundary line. The paint's going to win out this time, right near the Blackburn dugout, and seen eventually over there by Markowski.
The two main issues that Blackburn are going to have to contend with this afternoon are Urban and Bowen Smiths. How many possessions they're getting between the two of them.
Harry got the front spot there, got the knockdown. Diving on top of the footy there was Salmon. Harry just trying to hold it over so someone can get in and get it out. Salmon in there again, got brought to ground in a tackle. Umpire's just going to come in and bounce this one. Nick Dorr. Right in front of us here in the broadcast position. Huge crowd out here at Bayswater Oval today. You can hear it in the effects, Mike. Sounds absolutely sensational. Looked like Anderson was holding an arm of Harry, but the umpire said play on. Handball out to Smith, who goes long inside forward 50. Who's going to be here at the fall of the ball? It was Curran, but he was quickly met. The kick was smothered. Bouncing football. Who's going to win out on this hand? Hands and knees was Answorth, the skipper. Couldn't release the pill. In there, Markowski as well. He's kicked 23 goals for the year and will want to get amongst them early. But the umpire will come in and throw this one up.
So deep inside, Balwyn's attacking half. They lead 2 goals straight to 1 goal straight. Sock it off the ground and giving away a free kick there, Turner. So get out of jail for the Burners. It'll be going to Billy Hicks, who looks to use the broadcast side. Balwyn Smith coming in from the side, got a spoil to it. Silvani was able to now collect it. He's kicked forward, just bouncing in front of his teammate there, got up to the skipper and Charlie Haley, spun around on the left and then hits up a target inside 50, and the mark is paid just for Wilson as he finds the skipper inside 50. And well done Charlie Haley, because the setup to Wilson was perfect. And now he's got a chance for a set shot and goal.
Yeah, that was a poor error there. The Blackburn player kicked it to a 4-on-1 then, and well, that was just manna to heaven for ball, and they just managed to get the ball and set that shot up here for Charlie Haley.
And Charlie, he's right in front of all the Blackburn faithful, so there's nothing more that Charlie Haley would want to put this one through.
He'll give him the send-off if he scores this.
Charlie Haley, the skipper of Balwyn for his first of the grand final. It's going to fall short. There could still be a mark at ground level. Oakes, Tillig. A lot of pressure here for Answorth. Just a clearing kick towards the boundary line. They'll be happy to see it go out. Here's Stephen Slimming, and he wrapped up by Bajaya across the line. And we'll get a boundary throw in here inside 50 for the Tigers.
A lot of energy early in this first term. We've gone 15 minutes and it's a 6-point ball game. 2 goals to Balwyn, 1 goal to Blackburn. Anderson going up against Harry in the ruck. This time Harry got the little left fingertip on it. Might have been a bit of holding or advantage. The umpire said, play on now. It comes out towards a Carmody direction. Couldn't keep the ball alive. He was quickly met there by Lockie Young, who's had a fantastic season, but it has caught the boot of Young and it's gone out of bounds on the full. So Blackburn now charging forward up towards the half-forward line. It's right on that far side of the ground, and the umpire will come in and throw this one up.
Blackburn are just not taking risks when they're going forward.
Umpire Dan Phillips restarts play this time. Chance for Blackburn. Go forward. Up and under kick was taken by Ridd, who just ducked out and did really well. Kicked it up towards the half-forward line now. Bouncing football. Haley was there. He used his body really smartly, did Charlie Boy. Handball back was good. Now over the top. There's the Tigers through Markowski. This way, that way. Darts around. Spears a kick in. He had everyone to choose from. And Caden Schreiber takes the mark. 45 metres out, almost directly in front.
If they kick this goal, if Schreiber kicks that goal, you can thank Charlie Haley, because he was the one that set that piece of play up from the boundary line.
Caden Schreiber, who was very lively in the first 5 minutes of this quarter, especially when they were peppering the goals. He'll have his own chance now to hit the scoreboard. He'll kick from the paint of 50. Distance won't be a problem for him though. Backing himself in, starts his approach. On the left boot. Well, he's going to sell it short. Commentator's curse, if ever you've seen it, and a strong mark has been taken to the last line of defence that time by Elliott, who's done pretty well so far, Elliott. He got the kick away, and now here's Ma on the right boot, drives the ball out towards the wing position. Big crunch of players here at the fall of the ball. McDermott just tried to gain that valuable meterage. Little handball was back. They've kept the ball alive somehow. Here's Red, darts around, good handball. The Tigers up towards the half-forward line. It was good by Lever, got the handball away, but they've coughed it up in the forward pocket, but it might still be alive. Nicely done there by Oglethorpe, who's brought to ground. Well done, Schreiber. Will he be rewarded? Umpire comes in and will ball this one up. Umpire Dan Beard, cool as a cucumber. 13 EFNL Grand Finals today. Congratulations to you, Dan.
There is a player down on the outer wing. That's why they stopped playing.
Yeah, looks like Mackenzie Dorian in the hands of the trainers there.
Very important player for the Blackburn side, a former skipper. 33 goals for the season, in the best players every other week. We need to see him get back up on his feet.
Just on some stats there, gentlemen. Tackles 13 to 15 in favour of Blackburn, but it's a lot of tackles that Balwyn have been able to lay, given that they've had most of the ball. Disposal 76 to 44. So, yeah, Balwyn just laying plenty of tackles when Blackburn have it.
Yeah, it looks like he's coming off the concussion protocols here, Dorian. They have to make
one of the only players as well on this side that played off in that last Blackburn Grand Final back in 2019. He's now running off the field in the hands of the trainers. We're currently inside 50 here for Balwyn, so just to reset and play as we ball it up inside, tapped down by Harry. Blackburn looking to clear this one out, but Stoddard just almost running into a bit of trouble. Dangerous. The kick might work out, not quite. Kane Turner comes in front position, takes the mark on the chest, and can put Balwyn back inside 50. Turner towards the pocket. Tillig just overdid the kick, wrapped up in the tackle. Salmon got his hands off in time. Stoddard again. He was stolen away by Tillig. Handball over the top. Charlie's kick was smothered across the line, and we'll get a boundary throwing.
Considering all the possessions that Balwyn have had, they're only 6 points up. You'd almost feel like walking into quarter time that Blackburn might actually see this as a victory rate.
Well, I was thinking the same thing. I thought up to now Blackburn have controlled the quarter, really.
So back into play again. Tapped down by Anderson. Here's Oakes. Handballed into space off the right boot. Lamott bouncing footy. Was always going to be hard to get that one through. Is a long kick out of defence here. Might just work out for Bajao. How's the bounce? It doesn't suit him. And it's across the line.
Why did he not go and mark that?
I
could have. You agree?
Yeah, he didn't. He didn't attack the ball as well as what he should have, I thought.
Still across the half-forward line here for Balwyn. Leading this game by 6 points, 2 goals to 1. Chevy Anderson got the quick slap down, but it was picked up there by Bajaya. Kick goes up towards the wing position now for the Burners, but as always, the Tigers have got the numbers. Nice handball from Lieber. They're going backwards to go forwards. Slimming was in position A at the top of the square. He's got players further out wide. They might go the switch here. It was the right option to do because Leinert was there. He judged the ball magnificently and takes it on the chest. Just going to slow things down a little bit or use the corridor. Urban, who's just been super so far, best on ground if you ask mine, but we're only 20 minutes in. Leinert got it to the old 1-2, goes up to a Schreiber! Fantastic mark, he's come alive. He's certainly playing a role in this first term, and he's going to have another shot on goal. The last time we saw him kick from the 50, he got the handball away. The kick goes goalward now. Markowski goes right to the top of the goal square. Lamott was over the back. Can they keep it alive? There's Markowski, and over she goes for one behind. First minor score on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard for the afternoon, and we have Balwyn leading this one by 7 points with Connor Hinkley to bring the ball back into play.
So just 7 points, as you said, Ben. 26 minutes into this first quarter, but been pretty much owned by the Tigers. Silvani wrapped up on that far side.
Blackburn have managed to even up the clearances. It was 10-3 before. It's now 12-9.
What are the inside 50s?
The inside 50s are 10-5 in favour of Balwyn.
So doubled that in the opening quarter. And they're still pushing themselves. There's Schreiber, who's been involved quite a bit in the last 5 to 6 minutes of this game. And again, we're on that far side. We'll get a boundary throw. And thanks for joining us today on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM or our Facebook and YouTube streams. Biggest day of the EFNL season, Premier Division Grand Final. Out at Bayswater Oval as this ball brought back to play. Anderson tapped down towards the boundary line again, and there is your quarter time siren. So a dominant first term from the reigning premiers. Balwyn lead this game 2-1-13 to Blackburn, 1 straight 6. The goal kickers, just the one for Blackburn in salmon. For Balwyn, it's Nathan Oakes and Jack Tillich, both with a goal each. We're going to go to a break here before we hear from one of the coaches at quarter time for the Premier Division Grand Final. Balwyn 2-1-13, Blackburn 1 straight 6.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy to use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Well, it's an arm wrestle out here at Bayswater Oval. Welcome back to the Premier Division Grand Final for 2025 out here at Bayswater Oval. And it's Blackburn taking on Balwyn, with the Tigers leading this one at quarter time. Wayne Brasher, 2-1-13 to 1 straight 6. They jumped out of the blocks there, didn't they, Balwyn, in the first few minutes, kicking in the opening 2 goals. But it just became somewhat of a bit of an arm wrestle for the rest of the term, although it did, as a spectator looking on, it looked like Balwyn really did control the football for a lot of that quarter. So Blackburn come away almost the winners in that sense.
They do, because when we go through the stats, BWS, and this is sometimes where the stats lie a little bit, because Balwyn are probably dominating all the key KPIs, right? But they're only 7 points in front, and Blackburn have still got their best footy in front of them. But the one thing that they will have to arrest Blackburn is they're going to have to try and find a way to at least try and knock back the influence of either Urban or Bowen Smith in that midfield, because
Alexander Urban's been sensational in that first term.
is a proven finals performer, BWS, and Ray, I think, like you said, if Blackburn can get a couple of goals in the opening minutes of this quarter, you'd almost feel like that they've won the first quarter, even though statistically said they haven't.
I totally agree, Brash. If they can be, 5 minutes into the quarter, if they can even be a goal in front, I still reckon I'd give that first quarter to Blackburn.
Yeah, and I think also too, the one thing that Blackburn have not been able to do is they've not been able to take ownership of the corridor, of which Balwyn have done so successfully so far.
Yeah, what Balwyn have done is they've had the ability to just, even if it haven't got the ball clean, it's still moving towards their forward line the whole time.
I think both sides are basically showing intent to try and keep the ball moving throughout the contest, but it's going to come down to who's the most cleaner of the two sides.
And I'd be interested in this with the boundary riders to let us know how that winds are reacting down there at the moment.
Speaking of which, let's cross down to Blake Tennant. We can't hear Blake. We'll come back to him at some stage.
Can we hear you, Blake? Earth calling Blake. Come in, Blake.
We're still out for Blake, but we might be able to cross down to Chris Cordis, who's down there as well. Or we're having trouble with the mics as well for both. We'll get the boundary riders to come back up here, up onto the main stage, and we'll get you sorted out. So get your steps up, Blakey. Get back up here, mate, as we wait for all the red coats to make their way off the ground. But Jared Beanland, an opportunity to cross to you with some of those stats that mattered in that first term.
Absolutely. As I need to get myself onto the stats page again. Yeah, indeed. The disposals just tell the story of dominance from Blackburn. It was 97 to 56. And without ball in hand as well, Balwyn have been working very hard. Their tackles have been 16 apiece. So just working a lot harder than Blackburn in that area. Clearance is 13 to 10. I think we hear a boundary call. Do we, Blake or Chris?
Have you guys got me up here?
Yes, Blake, we can hear you.
Just down at Brendan Sanderson's message as well. He's happy with that. That's a tick for them. But it's all about the contest work that he's really focusing about as well, and just using the width of the ground as well. But he said it was going to take the moments, and they definitely took that first quarter.
Thanks very much, Blake. Here's Ryan Long to get us underway with the second term in the Premier Division Grand Final.
So once again, it's Lockie Harry up against Anderson. It was won by Harry this time. They trail by 7 points. A quick little handball from Hicks as they go on the far side. Oglethorpe involved. Black Tides moves this one down the line, and they take the mark about 60 out from goal. They go inboard to the skipper in Ainsworth. Long way out from home, extends the angle and sends the kick a long one in the direction of Wooler. Out the back, Urban once again for the Tigers did well, didn't panic, got the handball back to Anderson, who clearing kick falls back into the hands for Lactides for Blackburn with the intercept mark. So they'll go inside 50 again, will Blackburn. A long kick towards the pocket. Sport across the line. Free kick here going the way of Billy Hicks. Cop one high.
That was very clumsy.
And Hicks, who's tucked away in the pocket,
I think
a chance of their second.
Brian, I think one of the things that Blackburn have got to do in this quarter is they've got to play to their strengths, and if that means that they've got to forcefully take on that line, then they've got to do it.
So Billy Hicks, be a tough angle from here. So solid season once again. Kick towards the top of the square. It's going to fall short. Can they get a mark? Couldn't quite. Wood was around that one. Balwyn trying to appeal for an in the back free kick. Not going to get it. So we're going to get a ball up right in front of the Blackburn goals. A minute and a half into this second term. Can they get one here? Lawler. Will he sock it off the ground? Will he see it out? And Balwyn are happy to see it out. That was Josh Wise who let it roll across the line, and we'll get a boundary throw in.
What I meant to say, they need to take ownership of the corridor here, Blackburn.
So it'll be Wooler going up against Anderson. Anderson, fist over the back. It goes out towards the Hicks direction. He'll pick it up now. He overran the football. Nicely done there by Ridd. Got it towards the Schreiber direction. He couldn't quite trap it. They're all a bit fumbly at the moment. It looked like Urban threw it away to Wise, but the umpire said, okay, here's Ridd on the right boot. Thumps it out towards the wing position. Bouncing football. It might sit up favourably there for Oakes. He fell over at the crucial stage, but will receive a free kick. Right on his hammer there was Ma, who fell in his back. So Oakes, who kicked a goal in the first term, he's got 30 for the year. Still a couple of kicks from home for the Tigers, leading this game by 7 points early in this second term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Drives the ball long now. The pack's going to fly. Lynott was there, but he had the back spot and a safely held mark there by the big ruckman, Lockie Harry.
So Lockie Harry here for Blackburn. Had the runner coming past, chose not to use him as he sends a long kick out of defence. Sport from behind. Ball just fell right into the lap of Bowen Smith. Of course, in the famous long sleeves, as he's always in. We'll get a ball up on that far side. Tapped down, won by Anderson. Underneath this one was Oglethorpe. And wrapped up by Schreiber. So, bit of a low-scoring start to this game. Of course, last year, all it took was 8 goals to win the game for Balwyn.
A stoppage here is somewhat. Sorry, Ryan. A stoppage here is somewhat dangerous for for Blackburn, because Harry, who's been playing behind the ball, he's had to come up and contend the ruck contest. So if as it trickles over the boundary line, if Balwyn get the clearance from here, then Blackburn have to go man on man in their defence.
I actually think Blake might be could be on the money here, because I think he said it might be a 9-goal to 7 or 8 goal game. It's the way this game's panning out at the moment.
And Blackburn have won a lot of games in that type of scoreline over the last couple of seasons, so I don't think they'll mind too much as long as they're on the winning side of it. Anderson tapped it down. Running through here is Stoddard. The first real good look at him as he goes inside 50, and the mark is taken. Wood on the chest. We'll go back for his first of the afternoon.
Well, there's a real value of Riley Stoddart, able to run onto the ball and then break the field down, with a really well-timed run and a really deep, long kick to position into their forward 50.
And that's what Blackburn need. They need their midfielders to stand up fresh.
So Daniel Wood, of course, took one of the great marks of all time this season against Balwyn. Comes in. Kick is to the right, so a missed opportunity there for Blackburn. They're 1-1-7, Balwyn 2-1-13. Almost 5 minutes played in the second term.
Yep. Wasted shot there. Signalled for one behind by Andrew Wasty. As Balwyn bring the ball back into play. We'll go out towards the Smith direction, couldn't quite hold it, but over the back there, Anderson looking for some running support, which he received. The kick goes up towards the Haley direction. On his hammer, though, was Hubber, who was happy to see the boundary line, and over she goes for boundary throw-in. Of course, deliberate out of bounds is not paid for those watching at home or listening in the Eastern Football Netball League. Might change in time to come, but for now, it is
actually a rule, and I've seen it paid in this final series.
Picking and choosing there, are we?
Well, you put something out there that's not fact.
All right, is that how it's going? We'll enjoy the rest of the afternoon as it comes up now. Phylactide sees it over the boundary line and out of bounds. If that's the case, I'd like to see it a lot more. It's the umpire to bring the ball back in across the half-forward line. Throws it in now. Harry had the front spot, a little bit of holding there.
Yep.
Going to be a free kick to the big Blackburn ruckman, who had a look of confusion on his face, thought he might have been the one that gave away the free kick, but umpire Dan Phillips said no, it's yours. Looking for a short option, he's got one. Answorth, the skipper, squeeze one back inside, slowing things down. Aaron Curran now to use the far side of Bayswater Oval. Here's Ma on the right boot. He's going to kick a sausage roll right out towards the wing position. There was really no intended target, but he found the purchase, and over the boundary line it goes for a boundary throwing.
Blackburn really getting on top of the clearances. They've won 12 of the past 16.
So that's a good start for that second term, particularly for Blackburn, but yet neither side have been able to convert many of their opportunities. Still 2-1. Lockie Harry got the handball off in time, was trying to get it to Stoddard. Bowen Smith up against Answorth. Lever got A clear possession forward. Schreiber, he's got a man to beat.
That's holding the ball.
And he's run down, and that's Mackenzie Dorian who's back out there.
Very lucky not to be penalised there because he had plenty of time to get rid of that.
So we'll get a ball up back in the middle of the ground. Harry's been good in the ruck today for Blackburn. And Bowen Smith and Ainsworth once again going head to head. Fascinating battle between the Cliff Tompkins medal winner from last year and the Blackburn skipper. Harry tapped down. Bowen Smith ran into a bit of trouble. And he could almost find himself.
Gee, there's a lot of players. There's a lot of players around that stoppage, isn't there?
Ball going nowhere, right?
Yep.
So Anderson had the front spot that time. Layla's in there. A lot of players are in there. Let's just restart this one. Let's clear it out. Open things up. Of course, Balwyn kicked the first 2 goals of the game in the first 4 minutes. Yet to kick a major since. We've gone another quarter since that time as charging through there was Stoddard. Swings around on the left boot now. It was a good kick, but it's chopping it off there was Slimming. He's looking for a big game after a big season. Kicks it in the middle of the ground. Who's Turner, who wastes no time. Kicked it out towards the wing position where Tillich takes the mark. He wants to link up. The handball just wasn't perfect for Wise. So now a chance for the Burners to turn it over. Here's Dorian. Dumps the ball inside forward 50. It's a one-on-one contest over the back there. Just couldn't pull it in there. Wooler, he needed some support, but nicely chopped off there. And Wise takes the mark. Still in the defensive zone for Balwyn. He'll kick it out towards Tillich. It was a helicopter pump, but he took it on the chest and he took off to the races as well. And he thumped it up towards the 50-metre line. It was knocked away, and now Blackburn a chance to repel. It's going from coast to coast at the moment. Who's going to win out as the ball goes up towards centre half forward? Will it sit up there for Hicks? He waits. He just couldn't get it. Picked up by Turner. They've turned it over again here, the Tigers. It's kick to kick out here at Bayswater Oval. Which way will this ball bounce? It'll be favourably now. Here's Markowski on the right boot. Drives the ball forward, but the Burners have the numbers. It was a 2-on-1 situation. Haley was taking off, but he had to come back because it was a sensational mark taken by Riley Winter.
Yeah, well done, Riley Winter. Very key moment for Blackburn with Balwyn pushing. He'll send it towards the broadcast side. Flying at that one, both ruckmans. At ground level was Lever. His kick was smothered. Ball comes back out. Hicks, and they link up again. Wood just slams it onto the boot into space. How's the bounce going to sit up for the Wooler? But chasing it first, Silvani could run himself into a bit of trouble. Just handballs it back into space. Bit of pressure here on Wise. Ainsworth. Wood missed it. And now it comes out through Urban for the Tigers. Clearing kick. Lamont's there, but it's cut off. Well done there. Salmon got a fist to it. Now runs himself into a bit of trouble. Worm involved. Salmon cut off by Urban. Kept alive by McDermott. We're 60 out from the Blackburn goals. Ball still alive. Urban gets it back out to Young. Back to Urban. Gets a kick away in time. That was fantastic by Alex Urban. And here's Markovski now for the Tigers. Centre wing, long kick.
Great
in the direction of Charlie, who pulled out in the right time because Jared Lynott was coming forward, who takes the mark and looks to go off. Inside 50. Great kick. Schreiber.
He lost his man, Schreiber. That was really well done.
That was great vision and great kick too.
And good communication by Jared Lynott to pull Charlie Haley out of that contest.
You just get confident every time Balwyn have the football of their usage. They're finding targets a lot easier than Blackburn at this stage.
And one of those men who has been quite good in that area is Caden Schreiber, who's lining up from 45 metres out. Kick going towards the top of the square. It's still alive and picked off here by Blackburn. So a long kick out of defence might come back because it falls into the hands of Kane Turner.
Yeah, it wasn't the greatest kick by Phylactides, but Turner, chance to bring the ball back in again for the Tigers. Still leading by one straight kick. Gone 11 minutes here in the second term as the kick goes wide. And a little bit too wide. Eventually stays in, yeah. Blackburn have kept the ball alive. They probably should have just gone for the safety of the boundary line here as a handball over the top. Nicely done there by Curran. A little banana kick was chopped off. Kick goes inside forward 50. Here's Schreiber again. He's right around it, but he's thrown it away. And now Blackburn with the free kick. Will this be advantage? No, it will not. It will come back. You almost feel like it should have been advantage. they sort of stopped across that half-forward line, and it's probably they were out in front in the foot race. So things slow right down here. So Riley Stoddard has had a fantastic season.
Brash, I like the effort of Blackburn in the last 5 or 6 minutes. Although they haven't hit the scoreboard, they've really shown a bit of guts about it.
Yeah, they have.
Ma on the right boot goes out towards the wing position. Nice mark taken by Dan Wood. 34 goals for the year, a long way out from them though. Kicks it in towards the middle. Stoddart, that switch is still on. Screaming for it is Salmon for about 2 minutes now. He's cut off as the kick goes once again to that far side. Back to Wood. Didn't take the mark, but takes off now. Thumps it up towards the half-forward line. Flying over the back there, and a free kick going to be paid to the Blackburn here. The arms there of Wooler.
This is where they're falling down at the moment, Blackburn. No space for any of their forwards to lead into.
Might be just beyond him here, Wooler, who pokes it towards the pocket. It wasn't his best effort, knocked over the boundary line and out of bounds.
Balwyn continued to guard the corridor really well. Blackburn, you just saw at the half-back line there, they were reluctant to go down the corridor because Balwyn had numbers there, and that's what's causing Blackburn to have really poor entries inside 50.
Anderson will go up against Wooler in the ruck contest. Ends up being quite a shallow one. Made all players work for it. Eventually it hits the deck. McDermott was in there, got the handball away. That was okay. And up and under kick by Young, trying to get it out of that danger zone. But Curran comes in from the side, and he takes it on the chest, and he pointed straight to the goals, Babe Ruth styles, as soon as he took that, and he'll have a ping.
He's got to go back and kick a goal here. I think that would be just reward for Blackburn, because as I said, I've liked their last 10 minutes or so.
Didn't your mother ever tell you not to talk with your mouth full? Curran, told you payback was coming. He'll kick from 50. Comes in now, right on the paint. He keeps it low. Can he keep it straight? He can't. He pushed it to the left-hand side, so they've gone right, they've gone left. Chances gone begging. Bendigo Bank scoreboard sees them inch closer. It's now a 5-point game, 13 plays 8.
Yes, that's right. We're halfway through this second term. Either side really hitting the scoreboard very often. So out of defence here is Lockie Young, who sends a long kick towards that far side. That's a big kick line. It was underneath that one. It was spoiled away. And now going forward here is Oglethorpe. His kick was cut off by the Tigers, who link up through Markovski. And now Wilson towards the leading target in Oaks. Right on centre wing here for the Tigers. Forward he goes. Can he pick out a target in Markovski? Couldn't take the mark. And we'll get a ball up about 55 out from the Balwyn goals.
Blackburn have been getting their uncontested mark game going. It's the way they like to move the ball. I'll hand it back to you.
So Wilson involved there. And we'll get a ball up. Back to you, Jared.
Yeah, they had a 12 in the first quarter. They're already on 10 for this quarter. So they're just using the ball with a bit more patience and a bit more clarity.
Thanks, Jared. As once again, we're just fighting through these stoppages. There's Bowen Smith on the bottom of another pack. And we get a ball up straight away. Umpire wants to move this on quickly. Socket off the ground. We're entering Balwyn's forward 50. Hicks has got a bit of work to do. Got a handball in front, but Jay was around this one. And now they link up again. And he ends up with the footy, does Bajay. Off the right boot. It's a 1-on-3. Line it. Just got a quick touch of it to either foot. And the smart handball from Wise back to line it. Moves this down the line, and it's taken by Chambers.
So Obi Chambers wants to use the middle, but it's chopped off nicely there by Oglethorpe, who got the run of Hicks on the right boot, goes inside forward 50. Which way is this one going to go? It's going to go over the back, McDermott. He has a little bit of time, but he was quickly met there by Stoddart, who lays a fantastic tackle. Crowd screaming for holding the ball. The umpires didn't want a bar of it. Young got the handball away. Red's brought to ground by Paddy Lawler, and that's going to inspire their side. The Red Jackets go up, and Paddy Lawler will go back and have a shot on goal from 40 metres out directly in front.
Brash, I just feel that momentum is just swinging the other way right now.
Yeah, they're just starting to get the game on their terms a little bit here, Blackburn. That was a really piece of good football there by Paddy Lawler. He worked his bum off there to make sure that ball didn't leave the forward 50, and he's been rewarded.
It's vintage Paddy Lawler.
Yeah, great forward pressure. So starts his approach at the edge of the centre square. big-time player for a big-time goal, and he's shanked it. It might still stay alive and eventually knocked through for a behind. So everybody's struggling to find the big sticks down that end this term. Many chances gone begging. That's 3 now, but they inch closer. It's a 4-point margin on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and we've gone 17 minutes here in this second term.
What they've been able to do, Blackburn, is keep Balwyn scoreless in this quarter. That's huge.
They have. They'd love to get a goal themselves and put themselves in front. They've locked it inside forward 50. Tillich dropped the mark, but was able to control it, kept in front of himself. That's a high kick. Hard one to mark here, and it's been taken by Turner off the second grab. Done nicely. That was a difficult one to control as he looks forward for Oakes. Picked it up off the first bounce. Has Charlie forward, slipped over. It was always going to be tough for him right on the boundary line. And we'll get a boundary throw in.
That ball movement looks nothing like what Balwyn's did in the first quarter.
Yeah, certainly changed a little bit in this, particularly last 10 minutes. We're 18 minutes into this second term. 2-1-13 Balwyn, Blackburn 1-3-9. Back into play. Silvani was up against Harry. Black Tide's got a fist to it. Rid, Hemelo on top to Urban. Gave a bit of room for Oakes to work with. Off the left boot, high kick. Can they get a mark out of this one? Ball hits the deck. Who's around this one? Markovski went without it. Controlling, trying to juggle it. Went backwards, slimming. High kick, and Blackburn have got all the numbers. And they're able to control this now as they clear this one out. The kick there from Hinkley. Wasn't a great one, but it does get them out of congestion. As we'll get another boundary thrown on that far side. Thanks for joining us, Radio Eastern 98.1 FM and Facebook, YouTube for the 2025 Premier Grand Final.
So, just waiting for the umpire to bring the ball back into play now. Silvani versus Harry. It was very, very shallow, that throw in, and we'll do it once again as it goes over the boundary line.
Pretty even quarter statistically, 40 disposals each, 6 inside 50s each, clearances 3 to 4. That might be a bit more than past updated.
Silvani this time, flick over the back there to Schreiber, who goes inside forward 50, bouncing football through the legs there of Markovski. Mar was there for Blackburn, had support, little handball over the top, but Jaya, it just did an absolute wronging on him. That was completely wrong. As the handball goes up in the air now, Mar, he's just coughed it up, but he laid a strong tackle on Wilson. The 217s go at it, brought to ground, and we'll have a ball up 20 metres out from the Balwyn goals. Time on about to tick on here. It is a 4-point lead to the Tigers. It's a kick by Hicks this time, goes out of that danger zone. In the front spot there was Wooler. It was knocked away from him, but he's going to have a tackle with Carmody and over the boundary line and to be balled up.
At the moment, we're nearly at half-time, and I don't think we're none the wiser on who's going to win this contest.
No, we're not.
By Dan Beard, waste no time. Harry got the knockdown. Haley got it out to Schreiber, whose kick was dispossessed of. Bajaya was in there as well, couldn't break the tackle of Urban, and we'll have another ball up, 60 metres out. Still in the forward arc for Balwyn, sorry, Brash.
And the majority of the game has been played between the back lines of the two sides.
Harry got the knockdown, Dorian came through, charging, brought to ground, umpire to bring the ball back up again.
As soon as it hits each other's 50-metre line, the ball's not going any further half the time.
Harry out of the ruck, gets a kick forward here for Blackburn. The mark is taken. Right in front of us is Toby Wooler pushing up the ground, trying to get involved in this contest. Short kick forward to Wood. He's a long way out from home and got too many options presenting themselves. Wooler looking to create the short option. He's run into trouble, just got the handball off in time to Curran, who sends a long kick towards the top of the square. Paddy Lawler's underneath this one. If he can pick this up, he can't. Lever involved. It's not a bad result for Balwyn because Paddy Lawler was lurking.
Actually, it wasn't a bad result either for Blackburn because Paddy Lawler managed to still maintain ball possession in the fourth.
Here's Hicks. The high kick has missed. Another let off there for Balwyn. It's now 1 goal for Blackburn, 2-1-13 Balwyn.
So they're getting closer bit by bit here, 1 point at a time. Be disappointed with the 4 behinds though for this term.
Oh yeah, but no, they'd be happy because they've had the ball down their forward line. That's the main thing.
Got to hit that scoreboard though. As Balwyn bring the ball back out again. Kick goes towards the lever direction, who went up and brought the mark down. It was nice, Jukes. Just looking for options further afield. There's Noah. The short kick was an absolute mung.
He's had a great quarter.
Certainly has. He's lifted, but Jay got the handball away to Hicks. Hicks on the right boot. Inside forward 50, standing strong. Benny Worm, you little beauty.
That's a gutsy mark there because he was entitled he could have been called out of that mark, but he stood his ground.
Yeah. He knew they were coming, didn't he?
Oh, yeah.
So Ben Worm, he'll go back and have a shot also from about that same distance mark. They've all been from the 40-45. He's got to start this one at the right goalpost and let it work back.
I agree.
So, I'm going to back him in from here. They currently trail by 3 points. They can take that exact same lead if Benny Worm can put this one through, but he starts at left, and that's where it keeps pushing. They're not judging the wind down there, the players. Still stays a very low-scoring affair. This is not really what we expected. The floodgates have got to open at some stage. It's a 2-point margin on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and Balwyn lead it.
So we're almost 23 minutes gone in this second term. How big would a goal for either side here be before the half-time siren, just for a bit of momentum, bit of a lift going into the half-time break? Blackburn still outside their forward 50 is Lamont. Handball into the corridor. Wilson to Haley. Can they get the transition going? Haley controlled it nicely. Got it off to Oakes. Couldn't take the mark. Handballs it in front of Tillich, who can run onto this one. Back over the top to Oakes. Falling to ground level. We'll get a ball up inside the forward 50 for the Tigers. And I'll tell you what, if they get one after Blackburn's last 4 misses, that would be a killer for Blackburn. So ball up inside 50. Chevy Anderson in front position. Now the ruck towards the top of the square. Is there a mark? It wasn't quite yet. Tillich
well done.
Got up. His kick was smothered. Blackburn trying to clear this one out. Got to be very clean as Hicks. Line it. Fists it forward. Picked up by Ridd. Went back. Line it again. Left boot. High kick. Harry is underneath this of Blackburn. He takes the mark. Fantastic mark under a ton of pressure.
Yeah. That is putting your body on the line.
Yeah, brilliant by the big man. Shows a lot of courage. He knew they were coming from all angles, and Harry brings it down towards the wing position now. Wooler was in the front spot there. Fisted away from him. Umpire Dan Beard wraps himself up, and we'll restart it here right in front of the grandstand.
I tell you, one Blackburn player that has had a fantastic first half is Elliott.
Siren sounds to announce half-time. It was a short quarter, which is probably what we expected because it was a bit of a drainer in the end. No one kicked a goal. But at half-time out here at Bayswater Oval, it's the Premier Division Grand Final. It's a low-scoring, hard-fought, tough-as-nails affair at the moment, and it's the Balwyn Football Club leading this by 2 points, 2-1-13 to 1-5-11. Goal kickers on the ground, one each to Nathan Oakes and Jack Tillich from the Tigers, whilst Jared Salmon has the only goal for Blackburn. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast today on 98.1 Radio Eastland, streaming live right around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. There's only one half of football that remains for season 2025, and it's right up in the air. Who's going to win it?
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and what a dour struggle has confronted us so far at half-time here in the big Eastern Football Netball League Premier Division Grand Final for 2025, and it sees Balwyn 2-1-13 leading Blackburn 1-5-11. Yes, 2-1-13 to 1-5-11. Joining me for half-time is coaching extraordinaire guru Brett Davidson and Davo. It's a game basically at the moment played between the two 50-metre arcs.
Yeah, you would have thought that it was pouring rain and the wind was blowing a gale, and we've got neither of those things. And you're right, Rash, it was played between the arcs. Balwyn came out in the first 7 or 8 minutes and kicked 2 goals and looked like they were on, and then both back lines tightened right up. And I thought the ball came into the forward lines really poorly. I think it was just a lot of shallow entries, a lot of high shallow entries that are enabled both defences to defend easily. Both sides ran the ball extremely well out of defence, but then that kick into 50 was poor right through that half. I can't remember a game where in a quarter of football we didn't see a goal.
No.
That second quarter there was no goals kicked. Balwyn didn't score, and it's not like they were kicking against a 5-goal breeze. So it just showed that maybe there's nerves, maybe both sides have struck it up so well that they've been able to cover, because if you look at it, start of the game, I don't know what the stats would have been, but I reckon Bowen Smith would have had 15 possessions in the first quarter.
Well, they had 95 disposals in the first quarter, and then I think around the 15-minute mark of that 20-minute mark, I should say, of the third quarter, Balwyn had only had 40 disposals for the quarter. So they were down 50 disposals on the first quarter.
Yeah, and it showed. I think, look, to Blackburn's credit, I thought they really they dominated the contest. They got their hands on it. They started to run it quite well. And look, and they probably had the better looks at scoring that quarter. They had probably 3 chances that they should have done better. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
They were 35 out, nearly directly in front, and they've pulled every one of the kicks, which was quite surprising. Whereas Balwyn, well, they didn't have a shot at. Oh, they had one shot at goal. I think Schreiber who had played quite well. I thought Schreiber, he got himself into 3 or 4 really good positions in the first quarter, but he just didn't have enough penetration in his kick, and he didn't in the second as well. So, look, both coaches will go in and say, well, we're 0-0.
Yeah.
We've got a half a footy to win a grand final here, because no side would say that they're in the ascendancy at all at this stage.
One bloke I think who's had a really good game for Blackburn in that back line, a really good first half, is Fraser Elliott, 25, Dave. I thought he was able to show some poise and control, especially under adversity, the way Balwyn were moving that ball inside their forward 50.
Yeah, really good. And then I think the other thing, I thought Philatides started to get into it a little bit in that last half of the second quarter. They got some outside ball to him. He's got a raking left foot. He didn't hit up some of the targets he should have, but his ability to get away from the contest and kick long was valuable. But otherwise, it's neither side. Well, Balwyn don't have a tall forward.
No.
And they've been bombing it in and hoping that Lynott will be able to take a mark.
Well, no, but he's pinch hit with Lynott all around the ground, and the very reason they qualified Sam Durden was to play that full forward position, which they haven't gone with this afternoon. The ruck duel between Anderson and Harry at the moment, I think Harry has taken the points as far as I can see, even though I don't think Blackburn have got any benefit out of it.
No, he's taken a couple of good marks down back, some really quality marks down back. And then Anderson, Chevy's not done much around the ground, but they're both evened out in the ruck, I think. Wooler has been getting caught too high up the ground again to take his marks.
Him and Wood are pushing too far up. And I think, is that the pressure of not being able, right, to get kicks in their normal positions, and they feel like that they've got to try and get into the contest to make some worthwhile contribution?
Well, I think the problem has been is that most of the kicks that Blackburn have had from coming out of defence have been, they've gone short early. And then the second kick in has always been short again into that short forward 50. So Wooler's never had that chance to be able to run and take a big mark at say 40 out. He's had to come a long way up and taken that first kick. Then he's gone back and kicked long. But they've always been to a contest, and that's where Balwyn have been able to defend well and run the ball out well together. A lot of fumbling.
Yeah, much can be, and also, Dave, much can be said about the Balwyn forward 50. You know, Tillich's having to search far and wide for his disposals, and he's not getting them in the position. One guy, I think, for them who's really, and I think this is the reason why he was on an AFL list, and I thought Kane Turner's first half for Balwyn was very, very good. I mean, he showed a lot of poise. He didn't get flustered by the situation, and these players that come back from AFL level, they know the places where they have to go and find the ball. And I thought his first half was, he played a sort of secondary role in the first quarter to Smith and Urban. But that second quarter, when they went out of the game, he sort of kept them in it.
Yeah, so I think that's been the difference, is that I think Balwyn have had a key midfielder that's been able to play a good quarter each time. I think Macadorian, the knock that he got, that's going to hurt him when he come off. I'm not sure whether he's come back on again.
He did come back on, yes.
Well, because he took a very, very heavy... I don't think he took a heavy knock. I think he landed heavily.
Yep.
And certainly that took a bit out of him. But it really is a toss of the coin, because both sides have been incredibly defensive in what they've been able to do. So whether a team tries to open up the forward line a little bit more, they take a little bit more adventure with a hand, a longer kick quicker into forward line, just get it in deep. The one thing that Balwyn have been able to do is they've pushed Blackburn wide a fair bit, as much as they could, especially first quarter. Blackburn could not go through the corridor at all. But then in the second quarter, neither side went through the corridor at all. So it's been, again, it's nearly a game of chess at the moment with both sides, and they've both taken 3 pawns and a castle and a bishop each, but no one's been able to hurt the other team.
So we've got a half to go right now. We can sort of know how this game could actually pan out. It could end up being one of these sides in this quarter, and it always happens in the third quarter, Davo. They get a 10-15 minute spell. where they put their foot on the pedal. Which side's going to do it? And if that side does get that break, the way the game pans out, is the opposition going to be able to peg it back and get back in the contest if it gets down to the last quarter?
So I watched both teams come off the ground.
Yep.
Blackburn walked off the ground as a group, great. Balwyn stayed out in the ground.
Yeah.
Charlie Haley turned him around.
Yeah.
And he spoke to him for a good 30 seconds.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that. He got into the head straight away, a message, bring him in, and then go through. I think Balwyn are the team that could probably get on top this quarter, but I'm not going to discount Blackburn coming back in the last quarter. But again, it does become a mental thing. When that's really tight, a team gets in front, it can be really take it out of you to then have to come back and take the lead again. But it's going to be fascinating. It really is. I just hope it's not a 5-goal to 4-end.
All right, gentlemen. Thanks, Davo. Half-time done and dusted. When we come back, it's a big second half here.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
Listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1
with live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 match of the day coverage.
Well, we come in to the premiership quarter, as they say, every single year, and it's the third term about to get underway out here at Bayswater Oval. It is Premier Division Grand Final day for 2025. It's Balwyn taking on Blackburn. It's a low-scoring arm wrestle at the moment, 2-1-13. A half-time score of 2-1-13 to 1-5-11. So only 2 points separate this side. Ray Baird, what do you see happening in this second half? Something's got to spark in this third term, surely.
Yeah, you would think that the game's got to break open. One side's got to get on top because I thought that the first half, I give that to Blackburn, even though Balwyn jumped out and kicked 2 goals in the first couple of minutes, but that's all they did. After that, Blackburn really controlled the football. What are your thoughts, Wayne Brasher?
I think it's going to come down to 15 minutes of football from either side in this quarter.
Boundary.
No worries. Great work there, Darren Lockyer.
Yeah, that sounds better.
Fantastic stuff as umpire Dan Phillips holds the ball aloft. Here's Ryan Long.
So third quarter action here at Bayswater Oval. Anderson out of the middle. Gets a handball off to Bowen Smith, who links up again. Lockie Young pushing forward into the middle of the ground. Picked up that time by Worm. Wrapped up by both Young and Urban. We'll get a secondary ball up in the middle of the ground. Plenty of people out here at Bayswater Oval today as we celebrate the final game of the season. Kane Turner, the intercept mark here for the Tigers. Moves it down the line, hits up her teammate. A long way out from goal is Markovski. His kick into the man on the marking, Curran, who picks it up as well. He skies the ball towards the centre. Punched away by Turner. The ball comes back out of bounds in front of us. In front of a sea of Blackburn supporters, Ben. That is
love it.
Fantastic.
Absolutely love it. Merchandise sales will have gone through the roof in grand final week. Most of the club already have them, but I reckon a few topped up. So the umpire brings the ball back into play now as Harry had the front spot, got the knockdown. Lawler got a little grubber kick. They're working their way forward. Haley was there to mop up for ball and got the handball away. A little up and under kick goes straight down Harry's throat. Having a good game, the big man, Blackburn.
Been excellent, Lockie, Harry.
Right in front of us here in the broadcast position. Dumps the ball inside forward 50. It sits up. It was there for Wood. It got knocked away from him into the arms there of Answorth, who somehow got boot to ball. Smith was right on him. Schreiber came charging through. They were looking for a high tackle.
That was a great tackle because he was getting down low with the ball, but it was a fantastic tackle.
Paddy Lawler again with the forward line pressure.
Certainly was. Here's Urban, who had a super first half. From the stoppage, slammed it on his boot, kicked a high up and under kick, but Hinkley was underneath it, and he takes a mark. So once again, the Burners will send the ball inside forward 50. It goes to the left forward pocket. Big fly over the back there by Wood. He just couldn't pull it down over the top of him, Noah Lever, and we will have a ball up. It's about 35 metres out from the Blackburn goals. Trailing by 2 points here on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 2.5 gone, third term. Bit of an arm wrestle there. Lawler came through. Urban got the clearing kick once again. Kicked it out towards the half back line. Knocked over the back. Who's it going to spill to? This might be okay there for Worm. He got dispossessed of the football. Charging through there. Leinert had support from Smith. Got it to Urban, who snapped around the body. He's had some early kicks in this third term. Up towards the wing position. Markowski just worked himself out of that tackle magnificently. Handball over the top. Slimming. He was crunched nicely by Phil Achterhides. Gets it back to Markowski. Markowski goes to the top of the goal square. It's a beautiful kick and an equally good mark out there by Oakes, who's already kicked one in the first term. He'll go back from point blank range and put it through finally, Ray-Ban.
Look, it was good play by Markowski, but surely that was a free kick holding the ball. I mean, he had him for so long.
So Nathan Oakes,
I agree with that one, Ray.
Yeah. This will be the start that Balwyn were after. He comes in now, familiar pose, drop punt, go for a goal. Balwyn draw first blood in the third term. Bendigo Bank scoreboard 4 minutes in. And they stretch their lead out to 8 points here on 98.1 Radio Eastern, and streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook, including out to Trav, who's in Doreen, which is basically as far as Europe.
Yeah, that's further than Dubai, isn't it?
So we needed that. Balwyn needed it. It's a long time since the last goal. We did not have a goal in the second term, and it does put Balwyn to a comfortable 8-point lead at this stage. 3-1-19 to Blackburn 1-5-11.
They were able to get that ball out of the back and avoid Blackburn's intercept marking, because Blackburn are up 12-5 in intercept marks against Balwyn.
Fantastic, Jared, as we're back in the middle and Hicks is wrapped up again.
I reckon when we look back on the stats on this game, they're not going to tell the real story of this game, I reckon.
Well,
what use am I?
There's a potential that this third term might open up one way or the other.
That's not your fault, Jared.
Oh, just shut this laptop then.
So Dan Beard in grand final number 13, balls it up, a tap down by Harry. Rid chasing this one, so is Carmody. Who can pick this one up? Bajaya trying to burst through traffic. Got the handball off, back to Lawler. Lawler got it off to a teammate who sends a long kick towards goal, The left is there. Free kick. It is.
Oh, the fans urged that one on.
And you heard that from behind the goals. It'll be Daniel Wood who gets the free kick. And he will be right on an angle. This will be from the pocket, from the boundary line.
Yeah, well, there's no chance of him doing doing the normal traditional drop punt here.
No, not from here. So Balwyn kick the first of the third term. This would be the quick response from the free kick. Daniel Wood has been spoken about a fair bit this season for Blackburn. Wood comes around the corner and puts it through. Response done by Blackburn, 2-5-17. Balwyn 3-1-19. Back to 2 points.
Let's hope the game opens up a little bit and both sides can, give us some goal-kicking fair in this third quarter after going barrenless in the second quarter.
You know what, if it doesn't open up and the score remains as a 2-point difference, just to give you a bit of a taste, that would be an average of 3 points for all 5 grand finals.
Yeah, I know.
That is ridiculous.
You watch, we're sitting here 12 months' time, there'll be 5 blowouts over 60 points.
Nick Dorr had it taken by Harry from the stoppage. Urban on hands and knees somehow got the ball out and then went after it again. Looks like there'll be another stoppage. Worms in there as well. He released it too late. Umpire will bounce it.
As much of Blackburn has been better in the clearances, they still haven't evened it up. It's 24-18 in favour of Balwyn.
Stolen by Chevy Anderson straight out of the contest. He kicked it away, but it came out to Hubbo, whose handball went to Bajaya, who tried to break the tackle. Nicely done there by Slimming. He slung him around. It came out the back towards Urban. He needed some support, and he got just that with the run there of Rid. Rid goes up towards the wing position. Stolen by Bajaya. This way, that way. Sold his third bit of candy, then swung around on the right boot, and it was a good kick too. Mark taken out there by Macadorian on the right boot now as the rain looks like it's about to come, as a kick was a grubber as well. It stayed alive though there for the Burners. Handball over the top. Oglethorpe couldn't quite trap it. In there was Freeman. Got boot to ball. Perfectly done there, and now they're off to the races. Here's Slimming, got the handball away. Liner, he's had a fantastic game so far. Slams it on his boot. Inside forward 50 it goes, but nobody's home except Connor Hinkley, and here's a chance for the Burners to repel.
So he got it just to Lawler. Came off the hands of Stephen Slimming, but it's worked out okay. Now the big ruckman in Lockie Harry has possession of the footy. A long way out from home, and it's a long kick forward towards that half-forward line. 3 plays fly for that one, punched across by Chevy Anderson.
Connor Hinkley's done a really good job on Jack Tillich this afternoon, Ray. Yeah. Tillich has had no influence on this contest.
No, he's done the team thing, Bresh. He has.
Good to see some great Blackburn people in the background, the Tumanellos and the Molans, real stalwarts of the Blackburn Football Club on the fence there.
Very good to see as Anderson out of the ruck. Pushes past Harry and sends it towards half-forward for the Tigers. No mark taken in defence. Almost a free kick. Not quite. And we'll get a ball up.
I'm sure our man James McLeod he'll be loving it this afternoon too.
As well, of course, from Tobin Brothers Funerals.
Yeah.
Tobin Brothers Funerals goal of the day. Haven't had too many of those, but
no.
I'm sure that will open up. As here's Stoddart through the middle. Inside 50. Kicks around this one. He's got a lot of Tigers to beat. The bounce does not suit him. Here's Lever out of defence. Short chip. Finds Bowen Smith, who plays it on straight away. Gets a handball off. Lever backing towards the middle of the ground. Schreiber. They
just
move
on the
this
ground.
out. They've got Toby Lever on the outside. If Lamont wants to use him, chooses to go forward to a 2-on-2. And the middle of that one line it. Couldn't mark it. Can't control at ground level. Big pressure here for Blackburn. And we get a stoppage inside 50 for the Tigers. We thought Toby Lever was going to be used there.
Yeah, I thought that was actually a poor choice there by...
Well, he didn't see the guy, his teammate coming off the interchange.
He saw him all right, Ray. Just didn't want to kick it to him.
Harry got the knockdown straight down the throat of Oglethorpe, who banged it on his boot into the middle of the park. But it's been chopped off there by Benny Freeman, who just wants to move the ball quickly. Bowen Smith presents further afield about 15 metres. He wants to take off now, and he does just that. Kicks the ball inside forward 50. It had to be a big fly over the back there from Haley. It'll eventually come out to Charlie Boy. What can he do? Will it sit up for him? He needs to be tricky here. We know he's got the skills. This way, that way. Got to get rid of it. He did just in the nick of time, but the pressure by Bajaya was fantastic. Haley came chasing after him again. The ball releases, and over the boundary line she goes for a boundary throw-in.
Boys, at the pace the ball's moving now, is this what we've been waiting for, that 10 minutes when the game's going to open up?
But neither side want to take ownership of the corridor.
No.
Harry had the knockdown, but Jay was there. He threw it straight to Worm. The umpire missed that one. Ball goes out towards the wing position. Kicked off the ground there by Wise. Charging through McDermott. Brought to ground. Strong tackle. The pressure is lifting. The intensity is there. And we will have a ball up through centre wing position.
So the ball up far side. Anderson goes up unopposed. Bowen Smith tried to get boot to ball. Couldn't quite. Followed it up with the tackle on Bajaya. And we'll get a repeat stoppage far side. 10 minutes gone in this third term. 3-1-19 to 2-5-17. And a free kick here being awarded to Chevy Anderson for Balwyn, who now sends the Tigers back into attack. Line it out the back. In front position. That's a great mark. And well done. That's Hinkley again.
I was going to say.
Yeah.
It's been good, Jared.
Yep, indeed. The intercept marks, they're really starting to take control of those are Blackburn. It's, 3-1 for this quarter.
Yeah, it's certainly in a couple going the way of Hinkley as he sends it back towards that far side. Anderson couldn't take the mark and Harry benefited from it. He sent it forward. McAdorian was searching, but the boundary line beats him.
Both sides are really having problems getting any sort of advantage moving the ball into their forward 50 this afternoon.
11 minutes tick over on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. It's a 2-point goal, but ball game, a shallow throw in. Anderson has to do the rucking and the roving. Got the left foot kick away. Here's Bowen Smith on the right boot, drives it down the wing position. He was looking for out there for Liner. It went over the top of his head over the boundary line and out of play.
Yeah, great crowd here this afternoon. Enjoying a really, really tight contest here.
Boundary umpire to restart it. Brings the ball back into play now. Anderson, Harry over the back. Smith from the stoppage kicked it straight into Harry, who kicked the ball into towards the middle. This will open things up. Which way will it bounce? In there was Oglethorpe. Paddled it back. It was Wood who knocked it on. They've lost it now. Here's the Tigers go inside forward 50. Someone's got to be clever here. Mark Hosby's just the player for that. Gets a handball away. The kick was smothered. Second go at it this time there for Chambers. You are Godsky. But Jaya, what a fantastic tackle. The umpire said no. Nice handball there by Hubbard. Got it away now to Lawler. Drives the ball out wide. He was looking for his teammate there in Wooler. That's it. I'm like Wooten, but it's not. It's Wooler. Up towards the half-forward line. There's a tongue twister that time. Dorian was in there. He hit the deck. He's just sitting on it. You are Godsky.
Yeah, umpire was always going to pay that one.
Liam McDermott. He's not going to waste any time either, but he's turned it over. This is going to be a big play. Billy Hicks has taken the mark. He's 55 metres out. He almost looks like he wants to have a ping here.
Why not? Actually, he may as well, because none of the forwards, the 6 forwards on each side, are able to influence the contest. He may as well have a shot.
So Hicks starts his run up almost in the middle of the ground here. He'll kick from 55 metres. We've seen them kick from here in grand finals before, as the kick goes right to the top of the goal square. And Balwyn had plenty of numbers at that stoppage. The kick goes in there. What a fly, and almost pulling down a ripper. Oglethorpe, has it been paid? It has.
Yeah.
Well, he went up with the one hand. He brought it across to the other, brought it down, and this is a huge play for Blackburn.
He went up early, didn't he? He caught it on the way down.
So, Charlie Oglethorpe will kick from 40 metres out. Very slight angle. They currently trail by 2 points. They've had 5 opportunities to get themselves in front. Will this be the moment that the Red Jackets go up as one? Oglethorpe shoots for goal. Oglethorpe goals! And here come the Burners. Lead by 4 points here on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 14 minutes gone in this third quarter.
Well, something had to happen, didn't it, boys? Because
it did. It's a strange grand final. Look, the ball's moving very quickly, but neither side is handling the ball properly. They're fumbling. They're not hitting target. And I like the job of the umpires. They're letting a lot of the play on.
I think it really comes down to this. Really is a test of mental and physical duress this afternoon for both sides.
It's also been a couple of times that Blackburn have centred it up their forward line. It's come out very easily. It's just lucky that Will Oglethorpe took that intercept.
Well, it took them 70 minutes to hit the lead, but they are in front and they're going forward once again. Bounce wasn't kind to Wooler. Silvani. Lever coming in for the Tigers. The handball off to Young. And now they're going to look to use on the outside. Lamont goes back. And forward there from McDermott. Finds a target on the far side. So for the first time this afternoon, Balwyn are trailing this game. 3-1-19 to 3-5-23 in this third term. Long down the line here for the Tigers. Lynett's the one in between two Blackburn defenders. And the boundary line beats everyone.
Well done by Elliott there.
He's had a ripping game, Elliott.
He has, hasn't he?
So, get a ball up.
Him and Hinkley
65 out from ball and goals, Brash.
Him and Hinkley have really tightened up in that back line.
He had a big afternoon so far. Anderson in the ruck. Turner grabbed it out and wrapped up by two Blackburn defenders. What have the tackles been like, Jared, across the afternoon?
39 to 39.
All even.
Yep. Oh, straight up even.
So we'll get a ball up on that far side once again. Anderson tap down. Urban off the right boot. Tillich can run onto this one and take a very good grab. Jack Tillich. And this is an important moment here for Balwyn.
Well, he has hardly been in the contest this afternoon, Jack Tillich.
I think he kicked the first goal of the game. That's about all he did. Second, was it? Yeah.
He's worked up the ground. He took a couple of marks in an important transition play in the second quarter, but other than that, he's had to work very far up the ground to get any sort of a sniff.
He's had a fantastic season. We saw him in the qualifying final live a few weeks ago and was very important in their win against the Roos. He's a good set shot kick. This one, he's kicking from 40 out.
It's a difficult shot with the wind going how it is.
Certainly an angle from here. Can Jack Tillich put the Tigers back in front? No, he can't. Just a minor score. So that moves Balwyn to 3-2-20. Blackburn 3-5-23. 16 and a half minutes gone third term.
I think the advantage that Balwyn have when going forward is that their mid-sized forwards are all very good aerially. That includes Tillich, that includes Lamont, Markovsky as well, and Oakes.
For Lactides, brings the ball back in for Blackburn. In the front spot there was Lamont. It came down. Nicely done there by Lawler. Got the handball back, and now the kick goes up towards the wing position. Outsmarted that time. Well done by Carmody. Looking handball, looking for Dorian, who tapped it further afield, looking for Wooler, who lays a strong tackle. He's not going to get rewarded for that one, though. Umpire comes in and gives himself a hug. That is umpire Dan Phillips, and we'll have a ball up just inside the paint, about 60 metres out from the Blackburn goal line. Currently leading this game by 3 points. Hit the front for the first time only a few minutes ago as they got the knockdown. Nicely done there by Lynert, whose kick was smothered. And over she goes, straight into the bum there of Answorth and over the boundary line and out of bounds.
Ray, could this actually come down to a coaching move by either coach that's going to put a play in the contest that could dominate this game?
It could, Brash, it could.
So, Winter had the front spot here, got the knockdown. Nicely done there by Hicks, who kicked the ball and up and under one. Does it still stay alive? It's just hugging that boundary line. In there was Salmon. Had support in there from Oglethorpe, whose handball went straight into a pack. Strong tackles by Wise and Co. over to be a ball up just inside the boundary line. Once again, it's probably just outside the 50 here. Came out. Answorth was in there. Nicely done there by Hicks. Just couldn't quite barge his way through properly. Sticks right towards the line and over she goes once again. Boundary throw in shoes.
I've really liked the game of Billy Hicks today. I thought he's been very valuable to Blackburn.
And as per normal, 95% of the play's been on the far side of the ground. So.
It's not uncommon as it comes out now into the arms of Hicks. Got the handball away to Answorth. Inside forward 50. Overrunning it there was Dorian, but he received the handball, ducked the head, got the handball further afield. He's going to get the free kick, Dorian. He ducked the head right into it. He's lucky.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, Mackenzie Dorian, he certainly knows how to find the goals. He's kicked 33 for 2025. He's hugged right up on the boundary line, but he's a class act.
Well, those free kicks are always going to be a 50-50 and bone of contention, aren't they, Ray?
Yeah, that one, I thought the Balwyn player did everything he could to avoid it. He was moving back as they come into him.
Dorian comes in now. He's going to kick a drop punt. It's a beautiful kick. It's gone through. That's going to inspire your side, isn't it? Macadorian. He increases the lead for the Blackburn Football Club to 8 points on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. And they've certainly come out to play here in this third term, Wayne Brasher.
They certainly have, and what a magnificent goal. If that doesn't inspire your team, like you said, I don't know what is, because, you know, look, Blackburn, they had to weather the storm in the first half, and they've come out in this second half, and they're not to be denied. They are not to be denied. They want this flag. They're going to work. They're going to make Balwyn work overtime to make sure that they earn it.
I just think that's probably the loudest the crowd has been this afternoon so far as this game starts to open up, all in favour of Blackburn. Holding the ball for a kick, so they get one back the other way. As Rid will take advantage, moving this forward towards Tillich in front position, takes the mark. Good hands from Jack as he goes forward, looking for Haley. Charlie Haley.
And that's what I was talking about with Tillich. He can take a mark no matter what.
He's got a great set of hands, and so does this man, Charlie Haley. Had a set shot from a similar angle in the first quarter and didn't register a score.
He needs to kick it now because the urgency's come into... All of a sudden, the urgency of the contest has now come into the game.
And listen to the boos behind him in the Red Jackets. Again, we'll say it, if he puts this through, wait for the reaction. But it's going to take...
Really hard shot. A really hard shot from this pocket. Usually goes across the face.
So we'll defy the odds here. Charlie Haley, the skipper of Balwyn. Kick on its way, bending, not enough. Just a minor score, and the Red Faith will love that one.
You enjoyed that, did you, Ray?
3-3-21 to 4-5-29.
The voice of the Red.
So, 8 points is the margin. Short passes on. Hinkley, been super today for Blackburn. Handball over the top, that's okay. Phylactides, who got it back and kicked it in towards the middle, and it's working out nicely here for Blackburn. You can hear the crowd really getting into this game. They've got players further afield. Here's Billy Hicks, and he take off. He's got players running further afield in Oglethorpe, but he'll link up now with Phylactides on the left boot. He winds up and then goes right into the pocket. Who's going to be the flyer? A brilliant mark. Lockie Young goes high and brings it down with the good jukes.
That's important. That's only their third intercept mark for the quarter, Balwyn.
Young, a neat kick up towards the wing position. Tillich over the back, but he's going nowhere because Big Harry was there and he clunks another one. Isn't he standing tall, the big man, as he kicks the ball inside forward 50. The big flyer over the back there. That time Wooler couldn't pull it down. You just get the sense that Wooler's about to rip one. And over the boundary line she goes for a boundary throw in 55 metres out from the Blackburn goal line. Leading this game by 8 points, Brash.
And Harry's mobility in the second half is really coming to the fore here.
He certainly has. He's been big. He's up against Anderson once again, just outside their forward 50. This time beaten by the big fella in Chevy, who's got it off straight away. Markowski through the middle of the ground, back to line it. He'll use him again. So down they go, looking for Tillich, who's out the back. So is Charlie. Tillich chasing this one, picked up by Curran, got the handball off to Hubber, who's run himself into trouble, got it off in time to Lawler. Lawler in the direction of Wood. Smart's ball in front of Toby Wooler, who's wrapped up, and we get a ball up about 55 out from the Blackburn goals.
Blood rule.
That
That was good by Markowski. He played off Hubber to get that mark. He involved himself with a handball receive. Then he came back when Hubber had also dropped back on that play and laid the tackle on Hubber. So he's working really hard as a half forward as Markowski.
So for those listening at home, that was Josh Wise who came off due to the blood rule. Tapped down by Anderson, bursting through the skipper of Blackburn, Ainsworth, and applying the pressure. Gang tackled just outside the 450 here for the Burners. Been a big quarter for them. They lead by 8 points. So 55 out from goal. Harry tapped down. Stoddard off the left boot towards the top of the square. Almost a mark. Out the ground level. Back out to Carmody. Snapped around the corner. Blackburn have got another 14-point lead. 5-5-35. Balwyn 3-3-21. And they're playing some very, very good footy at Blackburn at the moment.
Oh, they've got all the running. They're up and about at the moment. And you just have a look at the Balwyn players now. Hands on their hips, heads down, walking back to the centre. They've got to turn it around right now, Brash, if they're going to get back into this, Balwyn.
Yep. 24 minutes into the third quarter. They cannot afford to let Blackburn get another goal in red time here.
Margin is 14 points, so to get back in front, they need to kick 3 goals at this stage. Umpire throws it up. Harry knocked it straight down the arms of Anderson, who thumps the ball inside 50 line. Out in front. And just when they needed an answer, the big man comes out, Jared Leinert, and he'll have a ping from 40 metres out, 45-degree angle.
Non-negotiable here for Leinert. He must kick this goal.
Yeah. Rush, how many set shots have been kicked down this end of the ground this afternoon? Can't be many.
No. Well, I think there's probably about half a dozen at tops, I reckon. And this has not been the right angle to kick a goal from this afternoon. So he's going to have to defy the odds here.
Missed one earlier. Distance won't be a problem. Can he get the accuracy right? He certainly can, and the Tigers answer the challenge. Well, just when we thought Blackburn were running away a little bit in this term and it was getting in towards those dangerous signs if they got the next, class acts know how to respond, and that's exactly what Balwyn are. Margin back to 8.
Well, that was one of the big questions this week. Was it going to be Leinert? Was it going to be Durden? Who are they going to play? And I think Leinert's had a fantastic game so far, and that is a very, very big goal.
Most
and that's
definitely.
why he's there.
Yeah.
His impact has been...
They had to answer straight away and then done.
And through the clearances as well, they're starting to get back on top of the clearances, Balwyn. It's 31-26 at the moment. Those scores from clearances are going to be golden for them going into the last quarter.
It will. There's Lawler's high kick up and under is marked by Lever for the Tigers. Lever to 1-on-2. Out the back is Tilly. Another good mark. He's had a few this quarter so far. Has a couple options. Might go towards the top of the square. Leinert out the back. Leinert spoilt from behind. Doing well, very well there. Tom Maher crosses the line for a minor score. 4-4-28 Balwyn. 5-5-35 Blackburn. 26.5 minutes gone in the third term.
I almost feel like the way this game's going, we might end up being with a shootout in the last quarter. I think both sides are going to go for broke in the last quarter and take the game on.
So it would be Hubber now to bring the ball back in for Blackburn. A thumping kick when every bit of 60 metres. The mark has been taken. And a chance now for Balwyn to go back inside. They've coughed it up though. And they'll just slow things down, you expect here, Blackburn, a little bit, because there'll only be a couple of minutes left, Brash.
Yeah, and I'll be interested to hear what the turnover stats are for both sides at three-quarter time, because I reckon it's huge.
Well, it goes out towards the wing position now. Silvani was in there. He's been relatively quiet today, Silvani. It's his standards.
57-49 turnovers. That's Blackburn favoured in that one.
Great job by Jared in the stat centre today as Lawler snap around the body, bouncing football, but it bounced over the paint and over she goes on the full. So Charlie Haley, the skipper of the Balwyn Football Club, superstar. What can he do here? He passes it off. Almost looks like they're happy to run the down as well. Silvani on the right boot. A beautiful kick by Silvani when every bit of 50 metres out towards the wing position. Can they keep it alive as a siren sounds to announce three-quarter time? And this is what it's all about, isn't it? We've gone the whole season, 3 quarters. There is 30 minutes of football left in the Eastern Football Netball League for season 2025, and it is Blackburn at three-quarter time leading this game by 7 points, 5-5, 35 to 4-4, 28. 2 goals to Nathan Oakes for the Tigers, 1 to Tillich and 1 to Leinert, whilst it's all singles at the burners. Oglethorpe, Wood, Carmody, Salmon and Dorian. Well, we just can't wait for what's going to happen out here. There's 3 down, there's 1 to go. You cannot go anywhere. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast today on 98.1 Radio Eastern and streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. Get something to eat, get a snack, get a beverage, but stick with us.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
"Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers."
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
Listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1
with live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 match of the day coverage.
The scene is set out here at Bayswater Oval for what should be a magical and epic finish. It's a 7-point margin out here, and Blackburn really put the pedal to the metal in that third term. Wayne Brasher, they came in, they went hard, and they now hold a 7-point lead at three-quarter time, 5-5-35 to 4-4-28. Can't wait to hear what happened at the huddles from our boundary riders at three-quarter time. But which way is this one going to go, Brash?
Oh, look, I still think it's too early to call here because I think both sides... Let's go boundary side.
Scott, what was the key messages in that three-quarter time?
More just sort of take the game on. We've been quite passive and quite slow, playing a bit straight lines, so we need to change angles a little bit of overlap, run and carry, be a bit more dangerous where we can. Yeah, so we're 7 points in a grand final, three-quarter time. We've got to find a way to hit. So yeah, it'd be a great last quarter.
Agnet's putting Cannon. Is that something you want to try to to get that
Yeah, just trying to find a different.
Yeah, we can't hear him down there, so we'll have to cut that one short. Thanks very much, Blake. Thanks to Sando as well. We're just waiting for the red coats to break out over there at the Blackburn huddle because they're not going anywhere at the moment. They're completely motivated.
Interestingly, he said that he thought that their players were a little passive and needed to take the game on.
Have you got me now? Is that better?
Yeah, well, yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I was just saying as well, he touched on as well, the good teams rise to the occasion and it'll be an unbelievable win. And Schreiber will be playing in the forward line, as I mentioned. He's been obviously in the midfield on Stoddart, so that's a magnet that he's already moved. And he just said, good teams rise to the occasion. That's what he said.
Yeah, well, he's got another side that want to rise to the occasion, and that's Blackburn, who hold a 7-point lead, and who are very much in this grand final. And look, the game's certainly not over. Both these sides are more than capable of kicking 3 or 4 quick goals to put the game beyond doubt. But I don't see that happening.
Let's cross down boundary side to Chris Cordes, who was over at the Blackburn huddle at three-quarter time.
Yes, guys, a few key takeaways from the Burners three-quarter time huddle. The coach was very happy, Anthony Fagan, with the work of the half forwards. I said they were getting very busy at ground level and doing very well. He also highlighted the game of one man in particular, Billy Hicks, in the number 11 jumper. He's been really influential so far today. Everything that they changed from back to forwards, it goes through him. So he also said they've been around since 1903. They haven't won one yet, so now's the time. So they're up and about and they're ready for this fourth term.
Thank you very much to Chris at boundary side. Geez, it's going to take an extra 5 minutes for all these red coats to get off the ground here.
How the scene's going to be if they do get up. 1903, they've had a long time to be around.
Just quickly, guys, some stats. I'll run through the major ones. Disposals, Balwyn lead that 235 to 179. Kicks, Balwyn 141 to 122. So they're favouring the kicks there. Marks 51 for Balwyn, 46 Blackburn. Inside 50s 35 to 23 in favour of Balwyn. Tackles 44 to 47 in favour of Blackburn. Clearances 32 to 29 in favour of Balwyn, and contested possessions 100 to 105. That's going the way of Blackburn. So pretty even across the board. A couple of important stats to look on, and that 23 inside 50s for Blackburn. They've been very efficient going forward. So we'll see if that continues.
Great stuff there, Jared Beanland, as umpire Nick Dorr holds the ball up. The final 30 minutes of 2025. Here's Ryan Long.
The premiership is up for grabs, and Lockie Harris, who's been massive, got the tap down, but he's reared off the half-back line inside 50, was looking for Schreiber. Across the line, Markowski keeps this one inboard, and a kick forward bounces across the line. It was touched off the boot as well, and we'll get a boundary throw in, a quick inside 50 for the Tigers.
Well, it's exactly what Brenton Sanderson wanted. He wanted someone that didn't want to be passive and die wondering.
Well, they certainly won't. And who's going to be the guy that lifts them? They've got quite a few X factors on this side. Anderson and Harry, been a fascinating battle all afternoon. Stoddard, left boot, long down the line it coming in from the side. And no one really gets a clear possession of it as it goes across.
I still think, Ryan, it could come down to one of the key forwards from either side, I reckon, that could influence this game. It's still right on a knife edge.
Well, keep an eye on Toby Wool up forward for Blackburn, who hasn't had the biggest afternoon, but just give him a couple of chances and could open the game up for him in this last quarter. They lead by 7 points. Lever chasing this one. Anderson involved. Ball comes back out to Billy Hicks. Been massive. His kick was smothered by Lever. And across the line, or balled up just on that far side. 35 plays 28.
Tension is at a high right around the ground. Players, officials and fans are all on a knife's edge at the moment. 30 minutes of football left for season 2025. Who will it be? Pye throws it up now. Anderson got the knock away. Haley sees it over the boundary line. Yet to kick a goal today, Charlie's kicked 30 for the year. X-Factor players will be players like him stepping up in this final term. Without a doubt.
It looks like if this game's going to open up, it'll happen in like 5-minute patches. I think it's going to be tight for the most part.
Harry and Anderson go at it. Charging his way through there was Turner, going nowhere. Copping a bear hug from Stoddard and Hubba. Try to restart it once again. A bit stop-starty here in this opening moments. There's a kick that time there by Young. Goes up towards the Tillich direction. Bounce in front of him. Nicely done there by Markowski. He's been lively in this early in this term as it went a handball to Wilson, who was crunched by Kieran Hubba over the boundary line and out of bounds. That's what you want to see. So umpire Nick Dorr will quickly restart this one. Just forward of centre for Balwyn. Arm wrestle is in there. Throwing his body over it there was Noah Lever, looking for the free kick, and he's going to receive it as well. So here's a chance for the Tigers. Lever asking players to present. He's going to go towards the pocket. He goes towards his Bowen Smith, who keeps the ball alive. He got it to Haley. Haley, little up and under handball. The kick goes towards the top of the goal square. Which way is this going to sit? Schreiber came over the back. Rode by Turner. Turner around the body. You little beauty. Here they come, the Balwyn Football Club. Margin is back to 1 point out here at Bayswater Oval. The scene is set for an epic last 20 minutes. Unbelievable. Good start by the Tigers, Ray.
The Tigers have started this last quarter the way that Brenton Sanderson asked them to. You know, they're cleaner at the moment in this quarter, and now it's up to Blackburn. Are they going to be good enough to fight back into it?
Yeah, Blackburn, they can't afford to go in defensive mode and just and try and... They've got to play to win the game, not to hold on to win the game.
Huge goal by Kane Turner, and we're back to 1 point. We're 4 minutes into the last quarter of the Premier Division Grand Final. Ball comes back out of the middle, Rid. Trying to run onto that one for the Tigers. Here's Lamont tapping it forward. A lot of Blackburn jumpers around this one as they just say handball in hope. Paddy Lawler comes in, makes a contest. Had 2 to beat. A little fumble the other Tigers. Lawler's handball was cut off by Rid Lever. Smart tap to Bowen Smith. Bowen Smith bouncing footy. Too far ahead of Charlie Haley as that goes across the line. Just the way we wanted this Premier Division Grand Final to go, down to the wire. 1 point in it in this final term. Balwyn chasing back-to-back premierships. Blackburn their first at the top level and their first premiership since 23 years. Tap back into play. Here's Rid. Tapped over the top to Young. Young darts past one. Sets sail for a target up forward. Stoddard picked it up cleanly for Blackburn. Out of defence. Wooler. Great mark for the big man.
Wooler swings around now on the right boot. He kicks it up towards the half-forward line, looking for his teammate there in Wood, who linked up beautifully with Hicks. Hicks has been super. Inside forward 50, bouncing football. Young will be the first player to meet it. He wants the safety of a behind, does he? No, he kept it alive. Darted back, then thumped it outside of that defensive zone. He was looking for Schreiber. He went up, but Jaya was right there on his hammer. Schreiber did really well, but he coughed it up. Handball away. Blackburn, the kick goes inside forward 50. It's a 4-on-4 situation in the front spot. Silvani stepped up and pulled it down with the good jukes. He can get the switch on here. Urban's away, and he's going to receive the football across the half back line. He might slow things down though now for Balwyn as they wait for players to find position. 1 point ball game out here. We've gone 6 minutes in the final term, the last quarter of the year. The kick goes driving down the wing position over the back. Haley might keep this ball alive. He's got Hubber right on his hammer. Haley got another 5 metres or so, but he tapped it over the boundary line and out of bounds.
Just sense something with Charlie this quarter. There's a big moment coming, I think.
Yeah. Is there a cometh the man, cometh the hour for either side here?
And Charlie's your guy for Balwyn. Fantastic crowd in on Bayswater Oval. If you're watching home from Facebook and YouTube, you can see that in the background. Here is Haley. Handball was looking for Bowen Smith. Went a little bit further. Big tackle applied. No free kick. Ball goes back to Ainsworth. Umpire says play on us. This one comes back to Lever. Smart kick into the pocket. Here's Turner again, kicked the last goal. Ball across the line. Almost 7 minutes played in this fourth term. It's 1 point in it.
Looks like Kieran Harbour's the man responsible for Charlie at the moment.
So we'll get the boundary throw in. Lockie Harry against Tillig. Tillig did all right against the big fella. And they'll cause a stoppage inside 50.
Ainsworth picks himself up. You know the skippers are going to give their all in this final term. Umpire Dan Beard to restart play here. Taken by Harry. Had a fresh air shot. Urban got it away. Smith around the body. Kicks it to 20 metres out. In there was Schreiber. He couldn't quite trap it. Nicely done there by the Burners. And the thumpy kick out of that danger zone goes right into the middle of the park. Oglethorpe was there. Got a little flick on it. And it comes out now looking for the Wood direction. It just wouldn't sit up for him. Charging through Marr. Brought to ground in a strong tackle. Dan Phillips. The umpire comes in and crosses himself. Give it back to me, boys. We'll ball this one up on the paint of 50.
Unless it's blatantly obvious, the umpires are not going to pay those Tiki Touchwood free kicks here.
No, you're spot on as it comes out, and it was stolen there by Lynett, who just thumped it on his boot out of that danger zone, but no luck's a fortune there as the mark has been taken out there by Curran. So Curran on true centre wing position, winds up now, drives the ball inside forward 50. It goes right to the right forward pocket. It was knocked away. Bowen Smith happy to see it over. Boundary throw in about 40 metres out from the Blackburn goals.
Guys, does Jared Lynett being in the back line display a bit of the mentality that Brenton Sanderson's going into this quarter with? just putting his big man down there.
We'll see what sort of impact he can have in this last quarter. Is that a fair afternoon? Oglethorpe has given away the free kick here, going the way of Balwyn. Obi Chambers is copped high there on the far side of the ground here at Bayswater Oval. It has nothing presenting, so we'll just send a long kick down the line. Harry's underneath this one. Ball passes everyone. Here's Charlie. Charlie gets his handball off in time. Oakes goes back. Tillig, high kick towards the pocket, is out of bounds on the fall. So a potential missed opportunity here for Balwyn. They still trail this game by a point.
So we've crossed the 9-minute mark here of this final term. Very low scoring affair out here today. It's not really what most pundits would have expected. Currently Blackburn 35, Balwyn 34. Slowing things down. There's been a big crowd out here at Bayswater today. Congratulations to Blackburn winning the under-19s. Congratulations to Roeville winning the reserves. And now who is going to take home the coveted Premiership Cup as Wood comes out and takes a flying mark on the wing position. He's got his teammate in Worm all by himself. He's ignored that. Probably a little bit too slow, Brash.
Too slow and too cautious. They've got to throw caution to the wind here.
Wood goes flying up towards the Hicks direction. He pulled that one down. The umpire said play on. This might work out okay. This is going to run into an open goal. Oh, here's Stoddard! Here's Stoddard! Look at the jackets go up. The flags are waving. And the red has come alive. The lead back out to 7 points out here at Bayswater Oval. They just work the ball forward. Those little knock-ons, those 1%ers are so important. And the polished finish by Stoddard under pressure.
That was great play by Blackburn. Ever since Balwyn got that last goal, they put everything they had it and they finally got the reward. They've just got that 7-point break now.
Lawler's gone into the centre. Clearances for this quarter 8-2 in favour of Balwyn. So Blackburn, they can't play a stoppage-heavy game if they want to gain territory. They have to be able to move the ball themselves.
Huge moment for Riley Stoddard and the Blackburn Football Club. 7 points up in the grand final. Hicks gets a clearance here for Blackburn. Running onto this one is Epple. They get this going forward. Carmody towards the top of the square. Can they get a mark? Oh, juggling, not quite. Silvani. Back to Urban, and they look to clear this one out. A long kick towards the broadcast side. Jack Tillig in front position. Couldn't take the mark. Now he's got 2 burners to compete with. Here's Ma off the right boot. Forward it goes. Spoiling in that one from behind. He's given away the free kick.
Have a listen to him.
Oh boy, Toby Lever. And you heard the boos. That was right in front of the Blackburn faithful. Lever down the line. Anderson was almost spoiled by Tillich, but takes the mark off the second juggle. Anderson has Lever in the corridor, chooses not to use him, sends it inside 50, from behind, spoiled away, in front position, Slimming. Harry's there, Slimming wins out, wrapped up in the tackle, ball up on the forward 50 arc here.
Hicks again.
Every time,
been big.
Every time Blackburn get in front, all of a sudden it raises that sense of urgency back into Balwyn's play.
Well, it's when you've only had 11 goals kicked, you know, you can't waste too much time, as Lawler's kick is a good one, finds McAdorian.
Dorian takes the mark, screaming for it further afield is Stoddard, who takes it now. Just come back on the ground. Kick the last goal and set this place alight.
They just can't afford to play tempo football, Blackburn, if they want to win this grand final.
So Riley Stoddard, big kick up towards the half-forward line. Over the back, here's Bowen Smith. He just tried to keep it alive, but Dorian was there, put the pressure on, and he was rust over. Boundary throwing 50 metres out from the Blackburn goals.
He didn't attack the ball there, Bowen Smith. He was just quite prepared to let it run out, and it nearly backfired on him.
Wooler will go up in the ruck contest against Anderson. Wooler tried to take it straight out, which he did. He got worked under the football. Players come in from all angles, including Paddy Lawler, and will have a ball up 40 metres out from the Burners goal line. 98.1 Radio Eastern and streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. We hope you're enjoying today's broadcast, brought to you by LKLM Media, the best in the business. It comes down now, kicked by Oglethorpe in towards the pocket. He tried to find Carmody, but the Tigers have the numbers. Nicely done there by Slimming. Kept it alive. Dorian just tried to paddle it back. Oglethorpe Oglethorpe gets it to Worm. What can Worm do? He kicks it right across the face here, and it stayed alive. The contest was magnificent by Bajaya just to create the stoppage, the spoil, and out of bounds she goes for a boundary throw in.
Since half-time, Bajaya has been absolutely brilliant for Blackburn.
Big contributor for Blackburn. They lead this grand final still by 7 points with 13 and a half minutes into the last quarter. Anderson out of the ruck. Got it away. Ainsworth towards the top of the square. Marked in defence by Silvani. So a bit of pressure here for Balwyn, the reigning premiers. They won last year's decided by 2 points. And it's going to come down to the wire again if they're going to get across the line. Get a boundary throw in that far side. Still 60 metres out from the Blackburn goals. So 14 minutes into this last quarter. Who's going to be the hero for the Tigers? Who's got a lift? Because you can sense Blackburn can feel it. Bowen Smith handled off to Urban. Urban towards Tillig. Couldn't take the mark. And now Ma is racing off towards the boundary side. Across the line it goes.
How important was that by Mark? Because Haley snuck on from the interchange and was standing by himself.
Would have been a certain ball and goal.
Would have been, yeah.
So ball to be brought back into play. It's just forward of centre for Blackburn as Winter will go up this time. Anderson got the knockdown straight down to Urban, who linked up with Smith, who got it on to his teammate in Lever. Up towards the half-forward line. Bouncing football. They've got the numbers at the back. Nicely done there by Elliott. Got the handball away to Hubber, who just poked it out wide. He was looking for Worm, but the boundary line beats all players. We'll throw this one in.
The Blackburn back six have really stood up in this last quarter, Ray.
Yeah, they have the best.
15 minutes gone here. We're halfway through the final term. The crowd is on edge. Umpire throws it in. Winter versus Anderson. It was a shallow one once again. Winter paddled it to his advantage and then got another 5 metres or so. Charging after it was Eppel, kept it alive. Now they go forward, the Burners. A wobbly mongrel punt kick goes inside forward 50, but it was good there for Wood, who just pokes it over the top. Here's a go for Oglethorpe. Put it through. Bang! Blackburn, they're going to take some stopping out here at Bayswater Oval. It's been 122 years since they've been able to hold up a premiership trophy in the Premier Division, and they are going to take some stopping, boys.
They are, because they're taking the game on. They have taken the game on in this last quarter, and they've managed to create some space in their forward 50 that they haven't been able for 3 quarters, Ray.
But what's got to happen now? They can't go in there shallow and try and defend. They've got to keep doing what they're doing, and that is full out attack.
You're absolutely right. Hear the crowd in the background. They're up and about, are the Red Jackets. Tap down again. Hicks is around this one. He ends up with the footy. Wrapped up in the tackle by Turner. Got the kick away in time. Big ball to be won out here. Layla, Carmody, handballs it to himself. Was he held by Lynett? Lynett trying to keep this one in. Back to Silvani. And they link up through Rid. Here's Slimming. They've got to take some risks now. They're 13 points down in a low-scoring grand final. Worm got the handball forward. Here they go again, Blackburn. Spoiling almost his own teammate there. Silvani tried to claim the mark. Anderson, that's a high kick out of bounds on the full. So it's coming back inside 50 for Blackburn.
The down the line play for Balwyn's just not working this quarter at all.
Oglethorpe, who got him going in that third term. Oglethorpe inside 50 here for Blackburn. Towards the boundary side. Big fly out the back. And over the line it goes. We've played 17 and a half minutes. 7-5-47 Blackburn. Balwyn 5-4-34.
I tell you one thing, I reckon Fagan might have pulled, if they win the grand final, he might have pulled the move, putting Riley Winter into the ruck in this last quarter.
Well, the rucks go at it. This time it was Wooler in there. Dancing over there was Benny Worm. Around on the left boot. Does he keep it alive out of bounds on the full? It was good pressure coming in there from Al Urban. So it'll be Kane Turner to bring the ball back into play for Balwyn. They need a spark. Certainly not out of this contest.
Definitely not. but they're going to have to work their way. They're going to have to construct a really, really hard-earned piece of play here to get a goal.
Yeah, they need to really think about it and hit the targets. As the kick goes out towards the wing position now, they need somebody really just to step up here. Who's going to be there on hands and knees? In there was Anderson. They've got the numbers at this stage. Trying to get the handball out there was Oakes. Nicely done by Elliott. He paddled it back to Phylactides. Snap goes forward now for Blackburn once again. Nobody was home. A nice strong mark there taken by Turner. He'll go out wide. Here's Leinert, been really good today for Balwyn as he kicks it out towards the Haley direction over the top there. Lever came in from the side, but it was a beautiful fist over the boundary line and out of bounds, and we'll have a boundary throw in far side of Bayswater Oval.
I just feel that Blackburn are doing the little important things at the moment just to keep them in front. They are.
Yeah, we call them the 1%ers, Brayman.
Yep.
They're not giving anything to Balwyn. The reigning premiers are down by 13 points in the grand final. Turner tried to soccer that one off the ground, going nowhere. Their pressure has been fantastic, particularly in this last quarter as Blackburn.
Blackburn are 1 goal away from putting the sucker punch into this game.
And a stoppage here. They'll be happy to have this. Just have a little bit more time come off the clock. Because the more that happens, the more pressure rises on Balwyn. Hicks again. Smothered by Young, and across the line it goes. So, 19.5 minutes gone, Jared.
Sorry, Brush. Every single quarter, Balwyn have started fast with the clearances. They get the lead there, and then Blackburn just start to peg them back in that area. And that's happened again.
So back into play again. It's Harry with the tap down. Anderson gets the handball forward though, and going nowhere. And I feel like we've seen that many times. 2 Blackburn players wrapping up the Balwyn attacker. So here's Charlie. Can he make a bit of a statement here? He gets the clearance forward. Urban couldn't quite take the mark. Markowski gets the handball off. Urban again involved. Ball comes back out. Oates ran himself into trouble. Slipping over the wrong time was McDermott. Urban slips over, hands it off. Lever goes back. Now can they go inside 50? Along towards the goal. It's all the way to the right and out of bounds on the full from Stephen Slimming.
That was a really poor option there by Slimming. I thought he had better options going up the ground, and he didn't use them. And he's just given the ball back to Blackburn.
Connor Hinkley thumps it 60 metres. Hasn't he had some sort of a game today? And the big fly over the back there by Wooler takes the mark.
That's a big grab there. Really, really important grab there by Wooler.
So Wooler, 61 goals for the year. Hasn't troubled the scoreboard today, but he taking some big marks when they're needed. Handball back, looking for Curran. They've coughed it up though. Here's Charlie Boy, goes inside forward 50. He's looking for Tillich. He had the back spot. He needs to work himself back up. Markowski still gets boot the ball. Wow. And a little toe poke. Urban, yes, ball and goal. Fantastic play. They just kept working it and working it and working it. It wasn't easy. It was a scrap, but the toe poke at the last minute there by Alexander Urban. He got the result the Balwyn needed. Back to game on.
Look, Blackburn did nearly everything right there, but sometimes class is clutch.
Yeah.
And he was part of the reason they got a bit of a lead early on, Alex Urban, has been key.
But it was Charlie Haley who brought the ball from the centre-half forward position.
Still 7 points, though.
Yeah.
Oh, this game is not done yet. 7 points. No. 22 minutes gone in the last quarter.
Nathan Oakes into the middle. Interesting.
Real interesting clearance here.
He's had a couple of big moments in this last quarter. Lockie Harry wins the tap down. Here's Hicks. Small handball forward. Stoddard's kick was cut off by Reed. Here's Reed. Takes on his opposition. Gets a handball back to Young. Young. Inside 50, Tillich has got 2 to beat. Jack Tillich! Oh, my mark! What mitts?
You're kidding me. Can we be actually heading towards extra
1
time?
on 2. Jack Tillich wins out.
Oh, no.
You just saw it coming as well, didn't you?
Yeah.
Right through the middle of those 2 Blackburn defenders. And Jack Tillich, who loves a goal, he loves a celebration. He's
a 1 point margin would make it 2.8.
Can Jack Tillich
average?
Thank you.
Put this through and bring the margin back to 1 point. Tillich lines up and puts it through for Balwyn. 1 point game.
Oh, yes. Amazing.
7-4-46, 7-5-47. We've got a game.
It's happening again.
And Megan's just arrived from inside because we all know she loves a draw, so she's expecting another point from Balwyn.
Well, what's that average now, Professor Julia Summer Lee Miller?
It's currently 2.8.
Well, the smiles have been completely wiped off the Red Jackets, who were almost prematurely celebrating. Only moments ago, umpire Nick Daw throws it up. Anderson took it out of the ruck. He got brought to ground. He's slapped out, and now they're charging forward. Here's Ridd again. Good, strong tackle by Ridd on Oglethorpe. Brought to ground, and we'll have another ball up. It's just inched a little bit closer to the Balwyn goal line. They trail by 1 point. 47 plays 46, and we have gone almost 24 minutes here in the final term. Little handball went out towards Ridd. He got spilled to the ball, charging his way through. Here's a go for Hubber. Hubber goes inside forward 50. The kick goes wide. It's out towards the Woollett direction. Handball by Lynott over the top. It was almost a throw. Silvani to Lynott. They've seen the throw, have they? No, it's gone out of bounds on the full. Out of bounds.
I reckon that was a throw. How could you not pay that umpire?
So it's in the forward pocket here for Blackburn. They'll take that as a win. Wooler goes up in the front spot over Anderson. It's knocked away. We'll do it all again. Oh. What a broadcast it's been today. 98.1 Radio Eastern and streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. I'm pretty sure a few more will have jumped on just recently as well to watch these final stages of this epic grand final. It might have been low scoring, but it's been close from the outset. The slap goes over the boundary line and out again. I'm trying to build it up to something. But we'll have a boundary throw in. Bully dooly. What a final series it's been in the Eastern Football Netball League. Every single match across the 5 divisions has gone under 2 goals, as now Anderson slapped it down. But we just know it's going to be stoppage after stoppage. Something might break free.
Probably 3 minutes to go, boys.
25 minutes gone.
Dorian came charging through. Wooler had the front spot that time. He tried to knock it out. Here, Billy Hicks was in there as well.
You can almost sense here that if this scrimmage doesn't clear, that the umpire's going to pay a free kick either way.
Anderson got that knocked down. It's really hard just to get something to happen out of here, just trying to wrench it out. That time there was Young. It stays alive. Lawler somehow boots a ball. And he spun around in a pirouette, and it goes through for one behind. So Balwyn will take that because it's a restart for them now from the back line. 2 point lead to Blackburn.
That's right. 7-6-48 to 7-4-46. We've almost played 26 minutes in the Premier Division Grand Final. It's coming down to the wire. Long kick out of defence. Almost taking the mark with Silvani. Hicks keeps it alive. Handballed forward. Lawler, right boot, bouncing. Oglethorpe cleaned up. Lynott involved. Tapping it away. Taking on his boot. Did he get caught? Got it off to Silvani just in time. Tillich made a contest. Far side, socket off the ground. Gaining territory. Coming back the other way. Blackburn inside 50. Spoiled away from Dorian. Still in the hands of Blackburn, inside 50. Can they get a mark? Not quite.
Yeah, but
had hands to it.
That's as good as a mark.
Just going back to that chase down, I'm glad the umpire didn't pay.
Oh, it's out of bounds on the full, so it's coming back the other way, Ray.
Yeah, I'm glad the umpire didn't pay it because they haven't paid it all day.
No, that's right. That's
right.
Slimming, dodging through traffic. Got the handball up to Wise. Wise goes forward. Here's Tillich, kicked the last one. Inside 50, can they get a mark?
Wowza.
In defence, it's the skipper. It's Ainsworth.
Well, Cade Ainsworth, he's going to suck up every extra second he certainly can in this moment. He's going to kick towards the boundary because that's what you do in times like this, and he thumps it out towards the wing position. It was a big fly, but a kick by Wise goes bouncing up towards the half-forward line again there for Balwyn. Over the boundary line, she goes for a boundary throw-in. We've gone 27 and a half minutes here in this final term. It's a 2 point lead to Blackburn. It's in the forward line for Balwyn. What's going to happen here from this stoppage? It was a shallow one. Anderson flicked it over the back, but Jaya was there for the Burners, and he thumped it on his boot out towards the wing position. Silvani probably should have taken the mark there. He flicked it on, and it went to Young, who ducked into a double tackle.
That was
going ballistic over there.
That was a really good call there by umpire Dan Baird.
Dan Beard throws it up once again. It goes towards the boundary line. They're going to love this as Oglethorpe dumps it on his boot up towards the half-forward line. He was looking that time for Wooler. It got knocked away from him. It was a fantastic spoil there by Silvani. And over the boundary line, she goes at 60 metres out from the Blackburn goals. There can't be too much long left. A minute or two at most. 28 minutes tick over on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Can Blackburn do it? Can they break the drought? Here's Anderson over the top. Got it to Haley. He kept the ball alive. There's still some hope. Slimming on the left boot. Dumps it up towards the half-forward line. It sits up there. Can it go out there for Tillich? It comes alive now. Over the top. They've got the numbers. Here's Lydon. Lydon shoots for goal. And Lydon kicked a goal. You will not believe it. You will not believe it. Have a look at them get around him. They work the ball forward. There can't be too much longer left. The big man, he's had to kick the goal all season. And he's gone bang. And then he's gone bang again. Sensational.
Oh my God. Can you believe it?
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Did I also give you the margin I was saying for Balwyn? I was saying 5.
4 points.
But, 4 will do for the moment for me.
8-4-52, 7-6-48 Blackburn. They were 14 points up. Their lead is gone. Balwyn 4-point lead. They are moments away from back-to-back flags. What a Blackburn got left. Back in the middle. Lawler versus Anderson. Going forward. Harry. Bowen Smith. First to the ball, gets the handball back. Here's Red. Red has a bit of time and moves this forward. Can they get a mark and lock this game up? Here's Marr. What do they got left, Blackburn? They're going to have to roll the dice here. Tom Marr off the half-back line. They've got Stoddard. He's able to find it. He takes the mark on the chest. Rolly Stoddard towards the top of the square. Can they get a mark? Spawned from behind. Oglethorpe back into him.
Oh, he's ripped his head off. He's ripped his head off.
That's high for sure.
Oh, it's not cold. And Dan Beard says, give it to me.
Oh, really?
At the top of the square.
Sense of theatre.
And we're held up here 30 minutes into the last quarter. Blackburn are pleading for a free kick.
And they're not getting it.
They are not getting it.
I thought he paid it. Sorry, I thought he paid it.
I did too.
Does Dan Beard think Premier Data are doing stats on him as well? Or?
Well, Ben, 8-4-52 Balwyn, 7-6-48 Blackburn. We're 30 and a half minutes into this last quarter, and we are right in front of the Blackburn goals.
I'm really worried that Dan Beard is going to throw the ball up, and the siren's going to go here.
Yeah.
So obviously a blood rule, but that may get Blackburn another minute. It looks like he's. Oh, yeah, that looks not good.
We didn't need any more suspense.
We just got it. Is that Toby Ward?
Well, it's going to be history either way. Blackburn are going for back-to-back.
No, I think it's number 70.
Curran.
Curran.
The under 19.
We're going to ball it up here. Balwyn going for back-to-back. Blackburn looking to end the drought. Anderson tapped down. Ball still in possession here. Lever towards the boundary line, and over it goes. He won't get a deliberate call.
Balwyn would not mind rushing it behind at this point because that puts the ball back in their hands.
Well, that's right. With a 4-point lead too, they're not in doubt of losing the lead through behind.
This is it. This is it.
It's a boundary throw in. Can Blackburn cause something here? Out of the middle of Bowen Smith. Wood, was he copped high? No, he wasn't that time. I think that's it. Yeah. Wrapped up.
He dropped down.
We have gone 32 minutes. Harry goes up in the ruck. Can he steal something out of it? A kick out of mid-air from Wood. He puts it through. It's over. It's over. Balwyn and Premiers. Back to back. Unbelievable scenes out here at Bayswater Oval. They come from absolutely everywhere. The Red Jackets are stunned. The Tiger Army is up as one. What a win by the Balwyn Football Club.
Unbelievable. Can you believe it?
Balwyn goes in to win overall, while her noble sons are marching onwards to victory.
Absolute heartbreak for Blackburn. They did everything right for 26 minutes of that last quarter.
Just sensational. Just sensational. The umpires make their way off the ground. There's obviously going to be some upset supporters, but they did a fantastic job all day, the umpires, right throughout the season. what epic scenes there are out on the field today. Unbelievable by Balwyn. When they were dead and buried, Wayne Brasher, they needed to find something, and they just had the will and the want and the class and the finish, and they got the chocolate. Well, the party's going to be huge down at Cherry Road tonight.
Oh yeah, and so what a magnificent effort, because like I said, you're right, they were dead and buried. Unbelievable game. You know, fancy a guy who hasn't kicked a goal all year.
Yeah, I know.
2 in a row. Unbelievable. There was always going to be some twists and turns in this game, but gee, it could have gone down to the last minute. We were looking for a free kick there to Dorian, and it wasn't paid.
Yeah.
Would look like he was going to get one, but wasn't. That was really. I thought the umpires did a fantastic job in this game. The game could have gone either way, Ray.
Look, Brash, we couldn't tell from here whether it was a free kick or not, but what I liked about it is you have the most experienced umpire, 13 grand finals, for that last decision in front of all the Blackburn crowd. He called it, and
he's willing to
I'm not going to say whether it was right or wrong.
Everything on the line for that.
There you go with that. Well done to the umpires.
Unbelievable. I mean, if we haven't, like I said, we are this competition is the best competition in metropolitan Australia. We have produced 5 magnificent grand final results this year in all divisions. We are the envy of all the competitions, and we once again prove why our product is the best in the business.
A total of 17 points deciding 5 grand finals. We've had grand finals that have been absolute blowouts of 2 to 3 times that amount. That's an average of 3.4 across all 5.
Yeah.
Incredible
final series. I cannot believe it. The 2 best teams in each grand final, and it goes down to the wire in each one.
How about that? I mean, that is quite remarkable. And that last quarter, and we talked about it at half-time, Ben, and it was a low-scoring game, and we didn't know how it was going to pan out, but just isolating that last quarter, you don't get much better than that.
I'm gonna put something out there. No, Brash and I sit here and do special comment. Jared's there doing all the stats and all that. Congratulations to you two guys.
Yeah.
That call was absolutely magnificent.
Yeah, it was.
Between the 2 years.
It's a call that you sort of dream of, and a finish that we've been waiting for a long time in this Premier Division. But I'm just so impressed with the fact that the Balwyn, the class and the poise to just keep their heads up when it's 24 minutes are gone in a quarter, and you need to kick 3 goals basically to win the game.
Yeah.
And just the way that they were able to just stick with it and took their chances as well. And they opened, and Sanderson opened up that forward 50, which is exactly what needed to happen, because it just made it so if the chance came down, they might be able to get the spark from somewhere. There might be able for someone to just give a little bit of touch of magic. But how good was the magic of Jared Lynott? I thought his game today was absolutely superb. He was great 4-quarter performer, and not only was he presenting up forward, and he kicked a couple of goals, but he missed a couple as well, but he was taking marks down back. He was right across the ground. Sensational game by him today.
Most definitely. And look, probably one guy that probably didn't get all the pundits, but I reckon he played a massive last quarter, was Ben Silvani. He took
huge last quarter.
Absolutely took some magnificent marks and repelled many forward forays for Blackburn. He's a hero.
His second half was sensational, bro.
Yeah, look.
The other one I'll mention as well in the last quarter was Jamie Reid. A couple times off the half back
I was about to say that,
was really big for them.
Jack Tillich as well. He worked his way back into the game, took a few important marks and kicked that goal in the last quarter. Definitely.
Charlie really stepped up as well.
Yeah, Reid was the player that attacked the contest from the first ball in that last quarter. He set the tone for the last quarter.
He did it 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, he did.
All in all, look, football was the winner again today, boys. Look, you can understand the Blackburn supporters being, upset and all that, but you can't criticise the umpires. No way, no. They did it. They're out there to do a job that they get no thanks for, and they were fantastic right down to the last minute.
Yeah. Look, like I said, you can't top, you really can't top football like this. I don't care any day of the week. I'd rather see a tussle like this than a 60-point blowout.
Well, to be honest with you, I'd rather see a game like this and go and watch what the AFL are putting up and out at the moment.
Well, you said it.
Honestly, you know.
You said it.
Local footy at its best,
Local
right?
footy's back at its best, mate. And particularly as we're the best competition in Australia, local competition.
And you just love it when you have two great sides go, head to head like this, and there's emotion on both sides because you feel for Blackburn because they were halfway through that fourth quarter, they had a hand on that cup. They looked like in a low-scoring game they might have just done enough.
They did. Like I said, they did everything right for 24 minutes.
Yeah.
We had some technical difficulties through that game for our boundary riders. So the guys who were down there, they were right in and amongst it. I'm going to pass my headset over to Chris Cordis because I just want to know what it was like down there at ground level. Must have been absolutely electric.
Thank you for that, BWS. No, it was really good down at ground level. The atmosphere, especially as that game started to open up a bit, was pretty electric. Definitely a spectacle to see. I think it was late game especially. Both sides were into it with every decision, every bounce of the ball, every tackle, every whatever it might be. But no, I think it was definitely a barnstorm and finishing the end. I think it was a good result. Obviously there's going to be some Blackburn fans feeling hard done by some of the decisions laid on. But I mean, if you look at it, you've got to give credit to Balwyn for they're 14 points down with about 10 minutes to go or so. They've turned that around by 18. So, personally, I think the decisions at the end were right. Maybe one or two went 50-50. So, of course, someone's going to feel hard done by. But other than that, I thought it was an excellent game. And really, as much as Blackburn might feel hard done by, well, unfortunately, it wasn't their day today. They gave up that 14-point lead. And you just can't do that on the big stages. And that's why in Premier Division, especially experienced sides like Balwyn, they're going to make you pay for it.
Yeah, look, like I said, the Burners have worked so hard over the years to get back to this position on this very given day, and they've had victories snapped from the jaws of defeat, Raymond.
Yeah, well, as they say, Brash, it's not over till it's over, mate.
No.
You can say what you want, with if there's 10 seconds to go, even after that decision that wasn't paid, they still had time because there was at least a minute and a half after that where the ball was down there, a couple of stoppages.
Yeah, that ball was in around that 20-metre arc of for the last at least 40 seconds there.
Yeah.
And Balwyn did enough.
Balwyn got everybody down there and crowded it out. That's all they had to do,
And really, in the essence, Ray, the only way that Blackburn were going to score was they were basically forced into trying to manufacture a free kick.
Exactly.
They had that was the only way they were going to get out of that situation. And they tried twice, but it didn't work.
Yeah.
I think one of the things this week, and we talked about this, you would have talked about it on pre-game, we talked about it at the lunch yesterday, we talked about it today, was the line at Durden, and either way you're going to roll the dice on what you do no matter what. Yeah. But the fact that they backed in line and after a really strong performance in the second semi-final against Blackburn, and to have that last quarter in particular that he had put him in front, unbelievable.
Yeah, Stephen, Ben Silvani, consoled by his mum there, Joe Silvani.
Right, he's just testing.
You look at not every single. You look at the Balwyn lineup, and every player at some stage did something, even though it wasn't a full four-quarter effort.
Jack Tillich, he's kicked 2 goals by mine, one in the first, one in the last, but he made his presence down there every time the ball went down there.
Caden Schreiber found it hard to get into the game, but his determination to even some contests was excellent. He brought the ball to ground at certain stages as well. And that was he had a couple of pretty important moments in that last quarter.
Yeah, and Lockie Young had some nice breaks out of that back 50 in that last quarter too. Yep. They couldn't hold him. Well, how do you top that? We just can't.
Well, let's talk about Brenton Sanderson now. He's done a marvellous job since he's taken over from Rodney Eade there, and that maybe Nathan Buckley better be worried, but maybe he won't get the Tasmanian job BWSU down there. Maybe he'll be putting Brenton Sanderson's name up there.
Well, I'm waiting for Richard Wilson to give free parking to everybody forever.
Well, the only thing that this does, it just basically enhances Brenton Sanderson's reputation as a coach.
Yeah.
And obviously, when you coach premierships, it makes players want to come and play for you, Ray.
Exactly. When you're back to back, it's very hard to do.
Yeah.
Look, all in all, though, today, the whole three finals that were played here, some great results right through the whole three. Big crowd, huge big crowd. I'm going to be interested in a few days, Ryan, to get the figures on the crowd.
Well, I have to admit, I reckon I set myself a world record this year. 0 from 5 for grand final selections.
It was close, though.
And here I am, supposed to be one of the big leading statsmen, and I get 0 from 5.
Okay.
Well, they were all games which we were fortunate for that could have gone either way.
At least you're definitely far more accurate with your time. I think Blake told us 3 minutes earlier, and it was about another 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
It felt like it at least.
Right.
Where is our mate Blake? Is he down in amongst it? Is he?
Oh, he'll be amongst it, for sure.
Don't worry, he'll be involved in that big circle.
Good afternoon, all. Well, we said the game was set for the big stage, and what a game it was. Welcome to the 2025 Premier Division Grand Final presentations. Commiserations to the Blackburn Football Club on an outstanding year, but of course congratulations to Balwyn Football Club, our 2025 premiers. To start our presentations, I welcome to the stage Deputy Chair Kevin Smith to present our Best on Ground and Premiership medallions. The Best on Ground Cliff Tompkins medal from the Blackburn Football Club, number 36, Jared Lionel. Sorry, but
Balwyn.
Ball.
I was just going to say, I didn't know there was a number 36 playing for Blackburn this afternoon.
What a fantastic game it was by Jared Lynott today. We already talked about him, didn't we? And just to put your side to win the grand final club, to win the premiership, just amazing, special moment for him.
Well, we did say which was the coaching move of the finals, and Sanderson made the move on Thursday night.
Start our medal presentation.
By bringing this guy into the side. That was
number 2, Kane Turner. Number 3, Alex Urban. Number 4, Bowen Smith. Number 5, Noah Lever. Number 7, Josh Wise. Number 8, Liam McDermott. Number 9, Isaiah Makovsky. Number 10, Will Lamott. Number 12, Jamie Reid. Number 13, Nathan Oakes. Number 14, Stephen Slimming. Number 15, Obi Chambers. Number 17, Tom Wilson. Number 19, Toby Lever. Number 19, 19, Toby Lever. Number 20, Caden Schreiber. Number 22, Jack Tilling. Number 23, Lockie Young. Number 25, Ben Silvani. Number 28, Ben Freeman. Number 35, Chevy Anderson. Number 36, our best on ground, Jared Ledet. The president of the football club, Vin O'Halloran. Football director, Paul Johnson.
As she came around, Andrew and Brooke came around, their size.
Football manager, Adam Lenartich. Senior team manager, Joe Truggia. Assistant coach, Luke Gandy. Assistant coach, Wes Cunningham. Louis Cunningham. I'll now call on the captain of the football club, number 6, Charlie Haley. And of course, your coach, Brenton Sanderson.
Still can't believe that happened. Incredible grand final. A bit speechless, obviously, but I went straight to the Blackburn boys and I just said to Fags, the coach, and a few of the players, you guys were unbelievable today. And I know it's so hard to stand where you are and watch the boys with the medals, but and I should just say, every Balwyn person, please, you've got to be so respectful to Blackburn. You know, we're just going to go in the rooms and we'll sing the song, but that could have gone either way. That was a knife's edge all day. So please, Blackburn, unbelievable team. To the Eastern Footy League and to Jai and his team, Dean, this is a great competition. I know Jai said yesterday at the lunch that this is, outside of the VFL, this is probably the next best competition in Australia. And what a game of footy today. We'll watch that over and over and over, I'm sure, but it was such a great defensive game. So thank you to Jai and his team. All the sponsors obviously here that allow us to play in these big games. So thank you. I'm just trying to get my act together. To all the Balwyn people, the families, the supporters, the sponsors, the boys that didn't get in the team today, get in the 22. Clubs get you to grand finals, and then you rely on the 22 to win you a premiership. And we are going to celebrate this one with the whole club. Okay, so for the 22, I'll say it inside, but you make sure you're really respectful to your teammates and all your mates that couldn't run on the field with you today as well. To the coaches, thank you. To Joe, our team manager, thank you. To our president, Vin, massive thanks. Jono, unbelievable behind the scenes. What do we do now? I think we raised the cup, yeah? Oh, to my captain. Just give us the cup, yeah. Thanks everyone. Thanks for coming today.
I'll now ask Kevin Smith, please, to present the Premiership Cup to the Balwyn Football Club. Congratulations!
Cheer the yellow and black. We'll not give in, we'll always attack. Hold that noble banner high. Shake down the thunder from the sky. Whether the odds be great or be small, Balwyn goes in to win overall. While her noble sons are marching.
Well, there you have it. Back-to-back premierships for the Balwyn Football Club. And what are the scenes here at Bayswater Oval? Unbelievable. They were 14 points down in that last quarter and just about looked all over in a low-scoring game. And they found a way. They kicked the last few goals to come over the top. It was Jared Lynott who put them in front, who walks away with the best on-ground medal. There's Alex Urban on the screen, kissing the cup. He was fantastic today.
Brilliant today.
Great to hear from Sando as well, Ben. I mean, to have obviously someone from an AFL point of view to come to our league, to come to Balwyn, and then he spoke incredibly well, so you knew he would.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's a class act, that's why. And he's a leader of men, and he's been at the pinnacle as well. So he knows how it's done, and he's brought that back down to grassroots level. But we are the best competition in the country, and the way that he would never have given up on his boys, the way that he's led from the front all year and brought that club together, and just the involvement and making sure that everybody from the 200th supporter right through the club to everybody involved, everybody is a special part of what this premiership is, and they're certainly going to celebrate down at Cherry Road tonight, and it's going to be absolutely epic.
Oh, 100%, 100%. It's going to be a very special night for the Balwyn Football Club, back-to-back premiers. When you recap this final series, Ray and Brash, I mean, how do you sum it up in a couple of words? We had an 8-point grand final in Division 4, Ray. Division 3 was separated by 2 points. There was a kick after the siren. Division 2 was 1 point. Division 1 came down to the last mark of the game with Tim Smith, was 2-point game there, and today's another 3-point grand final.
If you were writing a book, you couldn't script it.
No.
You could not script it. And not only just those close results, in the bottom three, the favourites got rolled in those grand finals too.
Yeah, well, that's right. And this is probably the first time the side has qualified first, has actually gone on to win the flag this year, which is fantastic. There's Jack Tilling on the screen. Had I think 3 or 4 massive marks, and one where he cleaned up the 2 Blackburn defenders, came through the middle, took their
almost the most important play of the day. That moment where he came out and did that.
Yeah, certainly gave some momentum to the rest of their game.
Oh, 100%, outstanding. And
your heart breaks for the Blackburn people.
No,
I'm watching, as much as we can smile and watch all the people celebrating, as everyone's coming off from the Blackburn Football Club, they are absolutely heartbroken.
Well, you would be. You would be. You know, they gave their all. What you got to take, their side gave their all today, and they were just unfortunate that they just got pipped at the post.
And that's footy, isn't it? When you have one of these close games, you can't have 2 winners. That's just the reality of it. And,
that's the beauty of it. That's what makes winning just so much more sweet. And Blackburn will go at it again next year, and if they can raise the cup on that occasion, the pain of today will just amplify the celebration of next year if they can get there.
But it also says to me that for all of what Blackburn did this year, other clubs are going to have to, all the other 8 clubs are going to have to step up a bit more next year if they're going to challenge Balwyn again.
I agreed, and Brash, it's one of the things where, you just don't know if you'll get back there.
No.
Because it is such a hard competition. East Ringwood, were 2 points last year they lost by. There are a lot of sides in the same boat that are trying to get back here and on the big stage, and for Balwyn, they've been able to do it now 2 years in a row.
And like you said, there's never any guarantees, and just backing up what Ray was saying, what his thoughts are in one word, well, I'm going to go with one word: extraordinary.
Yeah.
That's the only way I can describe this final series. Absolutely extraordinary. I don't. BWS, you and I have been part of the Eastern Football Netball League and Ray for over 10 years each of us, and I don't think the three of us have ever been involved in a final series where all 5 grand finals have gone down like this, have we?
Not even close, Brush, to be honest. It's we're pushing up towards the 20 years and stuff now, and I can't remember anything like it, to be honest. And I was worried coming here today because the others had all been so close, and I'm like, oh no,
we were due for a blowout.
I suggested BBB, didn't I? Blackburn, Balwyn, blowout.
Yeah. And we didn't know which way it was going to go, but we just thought, one side will blow the other way. But incredible game, and certainly I might have to go home and watch the replay of that last quarter just to sort of digest that one.
100%.
Yeah, but haven't you got other duties you need to attend to tonight, Ryan?
Well, what's that? Where are we going?
No, well, you're going somewhere. I'm not.
End of the season, we're always going somewhere. We're going.
Yeah,
not going to be a quiet one.
Well, put it this way: you're going to have some company with you anyway, aren't you?
Yes, I'm sure. Someone on the end there, I think he's pretty keen on having a couple tonight. Of course, the season, usually this is your last day and that's it. But we do have the Chandler Medal on Wednesday night, so for all those EFNL fans who want to tune into that, that's Wednesday night, and at Marvel Stadium as well. So looking forward to seeing who walks away with the. I'm
going to go with a roughie.
Go for it.
I'm going to go with Clark from Oval.
Yeah, fantastic season. Fantastic season. Oh, we might as well have our tips for that, Ray. He's disappeared.
Ray's absconded.
Well, I'd say as Ray a massive Oval man, I say he'd back you in and say Clark. Jared, who's your Chandler tip?
Oh, geez, that is a hard one. I'd have to go back and look over who has not missed games.
You'd have to say Bowen Smith.
Yeah, Bowen Smith.
That's what I was about to say.
That is a good one. Come back to me on that one after I've had a look at some of and that won't be on this broadcast, but after I've had a look at some of the stats on that one.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think the winner will come from the top 3 sides: East Ringwood, Balwyn, or Blackburn.
Yeah.
And Rove and Clark will be the outsider, I think.
Yeah, it'll be fascinating to see how that all plays out. Of course, we're going to start to wrap things up as we finish at 5:30, but we'll go through and round and obviously give everyone their credit. Chris, you've got the mic, or jump on. Fantastic year from you, Chris. Been a massive season, and you've been able to call some grand finals as well, some senior grand finals. Thank you again for your hard work this year.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me week in, week out, and obviously I made an effort to get down to a few more of these games throughout the year, and it's been absolutely excellent. You couldn't really keep me away. So thank you all for having me and for helping me out throughout the season. It's been much appreciated, and I'm looking forward to 2026 already.
Yeah, absolutely. Blake Tennant, who is probably right now waiting in the Balwyn rooms, waiting for them to come in, but they're still out on the ground, so I'm not sure how long he'll have to wait, but he'll get the song and put it up on the socials. He's done a fantastic job. I've loved everything about Blake, and particularly this last month and a bit, he's taking his broadcast levels to a new level. Jared Beanland in the Stats Centre today. You've had a fantastic year. Always a pleasure to have you on a call, and having a look forward to having a couple of beers with you tonight, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks so much, Ryan. And it has been a fantastic year. We'll look back on this final series and think of it as perhaps the best that each of us has seen. Because it definitely, in my short time here, it definitely has been. It's it's a reward in terms of we put a lot into it, and we get rewarded by following these storylines, by the investment that we make into it. We're rewarded by amazing footy. We're rewarded by the players who go out there and put their all into it, the crowds who put their voice into it, and the clubs that organise all of this that make it so special. So it's been a privilege, and it's been a fantastic year, and I cannot wait for 2026.
Ray Baird, the veteran of the team, great year from you once again. You've done a fantastic job, and always a pleasure to have you.
No, look, I still enjoyed, and I'll just say one thing: as long as I've got a pulse next year, I'll be back.
Oh, that's different. Usually he announces his retirement at this very stage.
As long as
He's
you
retired.
well, someone's
times
got to
than
be the
Farnsey.
father in this group, or grandfather in my case. But no, anyway, no, I really enjoy it, and thanks, boys.
I love you, Ray. Brash, one of my favourites. Another big year from you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you again. There's not many people who love local footy more than you, and I'm sure you were very happy with what this final series was able to offer us.
Well, put it this way, I'll remember this final series to my my last days on the team, whenever that may be, because I think, like I said, I've just witnessed something very extraordinary in the last month of football.
Yeah, certainly right. To my co-caller today, Ben Warren-Smith, who did an absolute exceptional job today calling all the action, and my favourite caller to listen to. It's great to have you on board. You've got a baby on the way.
Yeah.
Fantastic news. A pleasure to be able to sit alongside you again this afternoon.
And straight back at you, mate. Like, you know, we moved away, and just to be given the opportunity when I come back once a month or whenever, how often it is, to come back and be part of this team is like, that's what makes me happy in my heart. It's like my dream was always to be a football caller, and the fact that I get to still do this, and with such a great team that's like magnificently led by yourself, I wouldn't have it any other way. And thank you very much for the opportunity.
A big thank you to you. And we'll also to Lee Green.
Yeah.
And I'm going to pass this on to you to give your thank yous as well, or to all the volunteers as well. I don't want to go through every name because I don't want to miss one. But for you and your hard work and your team's work, I don't know if you've slept in the last month. The amount of hours you put into
Phenomenal,
this.
they are.
And I think the amount of feedback we've got from the coverage over the last few weeks has just been absolutely superb. So
exactly.
A big thank you to you, because we wouldn't have a call without yourself.
I appreciate that. And yeah, like you said, I do have to go through a few names here. So for the whole final series, Megan and Matt have been on graphics and replays. For every one of those games. We've had James, Lincoln, Justin, Clancy, 2 Toms. One Tom couldn't be here today, but he's with us in spirit. Rohan, Kent, and John, and I absolutely hope I haven't missed anyone in that list. Other than it wouldn't be our sort of operation wouldn't go as well as it does without Kate at home. She's done the women's competition for a couple of years now. And she basically every one of our match of the rounds sits at home, monitors the Facebook and YouTube, and lets me know when there's any issues. And she's quickly on the phone or messaging to let me know, and I'm onto it. So hopefully that helps for the viewers to.
We love you, Katie.
Stay online.
Yeah,
yes,
Kate.
And,
thank you very much for your help this year.
That's pretty much it, I think.
That's well said. We're about to round things out. A big thank you
to you,
thank you,
Ryan.
Thank you,
Yeah, well done, Ryan.
And a big thank you to our listeners. A couple of shout outs to Ned. I've seen Ned in the comments every single
Onion Ned.
He's old mate's just rolling
Blake,
in.
We'll get him on the mic before we finish up.
We've probably already lost Radio Eastern, by the way. But
that's all right. Before we close out the stream, big thank you to you, Blake. I think you've just come from the rooms. I can see a bit of beer on you, so
yeah, just a little bit.
Smell it.
No, it was good. Very good scenes in the rooms. You know, just seeing the football manager, president, and the coach as well. Sando got a massive raise when the club came in, and just a small club, as we mentioned. They're not the biggest clubs we know, but they're a big part of this club. So that's their 6th flag in 13 years, boys. So incredible club. They've got stars all around. So
at least you're coming through loud and clear now, Blake.
Oh, this is better. But, some will be produced on the socials. I was in there. There was beer everywhere. Couldn't believe how many hard rated cans there was in the rooms as well.
You're not hard rated right now.
But no, very good. I think we should mention as well our great media manager, Ryan Long. Terrific job, always a hard job, and to conduct yourself on what you've done with the team as well. Never easy picking a team as well, but really well done to you, Ryan.
Thank you, Blake. That's it for us today. Thank you to everyone who's tuned in. The season is done. We've got Chandler Medal to come on Wednesday, but for Premier Division, Balwyn, Back to back. 8-4-52 to Blackburn. 7-7 49.
Lord Nelson.